Good morning. This is the Cowboy State Daily Morning Show with Jake. The new way Wyoming wakes up.
It's time to take a look at what's happening around Wyoming. From the Cowboy State Daily Newsroom, I'm Wendy Kaur. Massive oil and gas reserves identified across southwest Wyoming are being called out this week by federal officials as substantial. Based partly on research from the University of Wyoming, the Federal Department of the Interior revealed the Mowry Shale holds 473 million barrels of oil and 27 trillion cubic feet of natural gas across southwestern Wyoming, Colorado, and Utah. Cowboy State Daily's David Madison reports that the find has local industry watchers wondering if that could mean a new Bakken boom in the region.
It's, I think, 300 times the amount that has been taken out of the Jonah field when it comes to natural gas. And so that's quite a bit. 27 trillion cubic feet of natural gas identified.
Paul Ulrich, Vice President of Government and Regulatory Affairs at Jonah Energy, sees the Mowry discovery as validation of what Wyoming operators have long believed, which is that Wyoming sits on tremendous natural gas resources. A Massachusetts-based federal judge on Thursday blocked the president's 2-month-old executive order slashing the U.S. Department of Education in half, ordering the reinstatement of terminated department employees. But Cowboy State Daily's Claire McFarland reports that the action does not grant a win to the several states, school districts, and unions that sued President Donald Trump's administration.
Preliminary injunctions are basically a pronouncement. It blocks the law while the case is ongoing, or the action while the case is ongoing, but they're basically a pronouncement like the person whose law or order is being blocked is not likely to win this case. And the judge actually went on and on for 88 pages to that end, basically saying this is violation of separation of powers, this is really harmful, that Congress has told the Department of Education to do so many things it can no longer do.
The judge's order signals a strong likelihood that the plaintiffs will win the case by outlining constitutional and legal errors the judge found in the order's implementation and by pointing to what he deemed irreparable harms wrought by it. The landowners behind the Wyoming corner crossing case have filed a petition to bring it before the U.S. Supreme Court. The case is rooted in a long-standing dispute between Iron Bar Holdings, LLC, and 4 out-of-state elk hunters over an incident in Carbon County. Cowboy State Daily's Mark Hines reports that if the High Court decides to hear the case, it could settle once and for all whether it's legal to corner jump or cross the pinpoint at the intersecting corners of square parcels of public and private land.
Thousands of petitions are filed a year. The Supreme Court might hear 70 of them in a year. But they have taken that next and final step. They're taking it all the way to the Supreme Court to settle this question over whether hopping or crossing between corners, is it trespassing or is it not? So Supreme Court could be in line to answer that question once and for all.
In March, the U.S. 10th Court of Appeals, one level below the U.S. Supreme Court, ruled in favor of the hunters. Filing for the extension of the deadline is only an initial step and hardly a guarantee that the Supreme Court will hear the case. I'll be back with more news right after this.
Right now, there's a powerful chance to change a life, maybe even save one. The Wyoming Rescue Mission is offering a unique opportunity where every dollar you give is matched, doubled, to bring hope to those in desperate need. But time is running out. They must raise $175,000 by May 31st for our neighbors who need it most. Please go to wyomission.org/donate. Help bring comfort, dignity, and a second chance. That's wyomission.org/donate.
When Governor Dave Friedenthal hired Diane Schober to be Wyoming's Office of Tourism Director 22 years ago, his initial impression was that she was too bubbly for the job. It didn't take long, however, for Friedenthal to realize that her enthusiasm was actually her superpower. Now, with Schober announcing plans to retire at the end of 2025, Friedenthal and others who've worked with her over the last 2 decades told Cowboy State Daily's Renee Jean that they're realizing just how much Schober has guided Wyoming's tourism tourism industry.
Wyoming has had something really special in Diane Schober all these many past years. She's been on the job now for 22 years. I don't know if maybe people have really understood how special she has been for this state, but under her, she's the architect of what we have now, and it's a $4.9 billion industry.
The next director will have big shoes to fill. Wyoming's tourism economy is now second in the state behind oil and gas, and tax revenues from the tourism industry have more than doubled. And that's today's news. Get your free digital subscription to Wyoming's only statewide newspaper by clicking on the daily newsletter button on cowboystatedaily.com. I'm Wendy Core for Cowboy State Daily.
Our beautiful world is changing, withering, dying by the hands of those who don't value nature, even though we all depend on it for life itself. But there is hope. Together with caring friends, the Nature Conservancy can restore our lands, heal our waters, and save our wildlife with big solutions only nature can provide. But every day we lose more of the places we love, and we urgently need to save endangered lands, waters, and wild species. The actions we take today will determine the tomorrow we leave to our children and grandchildren. The water they drink, the air they breathe, the beauty they experience. To learn more about how you can help protect and conserve our beautiful world, visit nature.org today.
Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake. Here we go, off and running on a finally Friday. Is Southwest Wyoming the new Bakken? New geo research shows previously unknown and untapped oil and gas play that has the energy industry calling the Mowry Shale a potential boom. Teton County landowner sues over $25,000 in affordable housing mitigation fees for a simple add-on to his own home property. He says the money grab amounts to nothing short of extortion. The longest tenured Wyoming tourism leader in the state's history, Diane Schober, announces her retirement as director. She's been hailed as a rock star and the GOAT. Wyoming snowplowers say all mountain passes should be open by the end of the month. That includes Snowy Range and Beartooth Pass. Wyoming lands rights case may head to the U.S. Supreme Court. Corner crossing appeal looking for a once-and-for-all decision from the Supremes. Special guests today include the governor of the great state of Wyoming. Mark Gordon will be on the show today, as well as reps from Teton County Youth and Family Services, as we talk about the wrap-up of their recent, I don't know, what do they call it? Symposium? They had some big deal a few weeks ago that we previewed, and we're going to see how it went. Apparently it went swimmingly. Tons to get to on this Friday. Sunny, breezy, and Casper with a high of 74 today. Memorial Day weekend should be pretty good for most of us, although tomorrow, Saturday, could bring rain here and there. Sunday and Monday look decent. Long range into next week, very good. Sunny today, 73 in Lander. Sunny in Evanston, highs near 70. Sunny 73 in Rock Springs. Plenty of sunshine in Pinedale with highs 64. Afton, you'll be 64 as well with sun. DuBois, sunny, breezy, 62. Sunny 64 in Jackson. Thermopolis, sunny and 70. Cody, 66 the high under abundant sunshine. Slight chance of rain in Buffalo after 4. Otherwise, mostly sunny, highs 62, 67 in Sheridan. You might see a rain shower in the afternoon in Sheridan. Gillette, sunny with highs 66. Newcastle, slight chance of rain in the afternoon. Otherwise, sunny and 67. Torrington, maybe a little bit of rain in the afternoon, but sunny and 80 otherwise. Douglas, slight chance of rain in the afternoon, otherwise sunny and 75. Cheyenne, you may see rain in the afternoon, but sunshine will dominate when not raining. Slight chance of rain in Laramie this afternoon with high 73. Sunny otherwise. Sunny, breezy in Rawlins, 74. Saratoga, same. Day weather forecast. We get it straight from Don Day. We have him on the show every morning. And me excited to talk to Don about just making sure on that Memorial Day weekend. We got things to do outside Memorial Day. And don't forget the real reason, paying respect to those who gave the ultimate in defense of this nation, the memory, the legacy, and the lives of those who gave all, even veterans who have returned safe and sound. We want to remember them and let them know how lucky they are to be back among us. I know many who made it back from conflict overseas sometimes carry the weight, the guilt of being someone who survived some of these conflicts when some of their comrades did not. Memorial Day this Monday, a chance to remember those who did not come home and remembering them, honoring their lives. That's important. We mourn them as they inspire us. Remember that on Memorial Day Monday, but the outdoor activities weather-wise should be pretty good. Parades and visits to cemeteries, ceremonies, and of course, the obligatory backyard barbecue. That all looks good for Memorial Day weekend, and we should be good to go. Greg Johnson doesn't join us on Fridays. I'm still trying to get used to that idea because it leaves me scrambling for somebody to make fun of for being a Rockies fan. Did they lose again? I have to check. Now I'm fascinated. I got my own team I root for. They won, of course. But now what matters second most is the continued decline of the Rockies. I mean, we can only hope. My favorite team, I know, collective grown New York Yankees. Sorry, I grew up back there. They play the Rockies, Rockies tonight in Colorado. Rockies are 8-42, so it looks like they either didn't play or they didn't win yesterday. I mean, they couldn't have won. It's the Rockies. I think they didn't play. But I'm fascinated to know now. Now I have to find out. Let's see. Upcoming Thursday night. Milwaukee. The Rockies lost 2-0 to the Philadelphia Phillies. So the Phillies swept that series. Colorado fails to score a run. That's something they've been able to do at least, is score a little bit. The pitching has let them down. And go figure, when it's not going right, nothing works. You finally get a decent game out of your pitching staff and nobody can get a hit. Golly. These poor Rockies. 8 wins in 50 tries. If that sounds futile, you're right. It's record-setting at this point what the Rockies are able to do. And let's not anybody wake them up for this series with New York over the Memorial Day weekend. Let's keep the Rockies in their days and haze. And keep losing. Interesting stories in the Cowboy State Daily. I'll be interested to see how far, if this corner crossing case goes anywhere. I've been really interested this morning to see how stories play out with you folks, listeners, readers. What do you think about our story. So I like to go and read comments in the comments section, particularly on Facebook regarding the stories. Hernandez checks in this morning and says our weather forecast sounds nice, better than where he is, El Centro, California, 106 degrees yesterday. Whoo. Yeah, no. You can have that. I mean, I like it warm, but not that warm. Scott checks in. He says mismanagement. Is he talking about the Rockies or Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake? It could pertain to we're not on a losing streak though. We're riding a heater here on the Cowboy State Daily Show. Our numbers are analytics up and up every day, topping the previous. So we must be doing something right. Mismanagement. We'll assume he's talking about the Colorado Rockies. Maybe. This Wyoming corner crossing. Yeah, a lot of folks are not taking the landowner's side here, which is not surprising. I mean, large landowners, these land barons, we'll call them, that come from the East Coast, which in this case is true, often don't garner a whole lot of support to their side, and especially when it comes to public land. And I know we've gone over this. This story's been in the news here and there for years. But for those outside, there's a lot of listeners outside the state of Wyoming who are still not sure on the corner crossing and what it is. Just picture a checkerboard pattern. Just picture you're looking at a checkerboard, a chessboard or whatever, alternating boxes of different colors. And on this checkerboard, you got black and white checkers, black and white boxes. The black belongs to a landowner who's bought a big swath of land. Maybe he bought 120 acres, 160 acres, whatever. And within that land, because of age-old, mostly to do with the old railroad days when the railroad came through, within a private landholder's holdings, there are white checkerboard squares, which are technically parcels that are public. They aren't owned privately, yet they're sort of inside and encumbered and embraced in this landowner's land. So can the public be on the white checkerboard square within land baron ranch owner's land? Yes, legally. If somehow you were beamed down from the Enterprise with Scotty and the doctor, Bones, and a couple of red shirt security guys, if you just found yourself all of a sudden standing on that square, you're good. They may ask how you got there. A landowner might come out, a landowner's ranch hand may drive out there in his four-wheeler, his Razor, and say, how did you get here? What are you doing? Do you know you're on private property? And you would show them your GPS. You would show them your, what's the Go, X-Go? What is the one they use? Everybody uses. I don't use that particular one. GPS. It's popular with hunters. And you can show them on your GPS. No, I understand. I'm standing on public land. Sorry, you're wrong. Well, how'd you get here? And that's the issue. How did you get there? You're not beamed there by the Enterprise. You had to access the square inside the squares, inside cattle baron, ranch baron's land. And to do it, you had to cross from one white square to another. The only way to do that is right at the corner, right? Just like a bishop can move. You have to be a bishop in a chessboard. Or it's how checkers can move when they're attacking someone, right? I can't, it's been so long since I played checkers. It's the move a bishop can make. The only move bishops can make is to go diagonally. So you'd have to diagonally cross from white square to white square. And when you do that, if you take this, big acreage of square and you go micro-analyze down to this from square to square at the corner, is it possible to do that and not be accidentally, momentarily touching land baron's land? Oops, like 1 foot. Or are you breathing land baron's air? It's just the fact that if you were to jump, sometimes there's folks will actually bring a little ladder device to cross over barbed wire because, of course, land baron has everything fenced off. And you'll bring a little device that allows you to step up, a little step ladder, step up and over. Or you could leap. You could jump like you're a deer over the fence or jump in the air from white square to white square over this imaginary corner. And momentarily, while you're in the air, while you're airborne, are you trespassing? This is what it's come to. This is what the landowner has resorted to. He's so upset that people are trespassing on his land that. And keep in mind, landowners know what they're getting into when they buy these holdings. They know they are essentially doubling the size of their property because they buy, let's say, 120 acres. And they know that comes with an equal amount of land, 120 acres worth of white squares in their property. And they just right off the bat assume that's theirs. No one can get to this. It might not be my land technically. It might be public land, but nobody can get to it because all my land surrounds it. Iron Bar Holdings LLC is the outfit we're talking about. That's essentially Fred Eshelman, who's created a LLC, which is totally legit. A lot of people do that to avoid taxes, etc., to protect against lawsuits, etc. Fred Eshelman is the North Carolinian that just can't let it go. And he has a long-standing dispute with these 4 out-of-state elk hunters who kind of knew what they were doing. These 4 out-of-state elk hunters weren't dummies. They knew how the law works. They had GPS. They had the technology. And they were able to corner jump, they say, which is pinpointing the exact intersecting corners of square parcels of public land while avoiding private land. They say they did it perfectly. Judges have agreed. In fact, the High Court in Wyoming agreed they did it right. But that hasn't stopped Eshelman and his continued pursuit of protecting his land. He wants SCOTUS to hear the case. He wants to bring it before the U.S. Supreme Court to decide once and for all, is corner crossing legal? If that momentary second while you're in the air leaping over barbed wire fence, are you trespassing? I think the laws as they're written would indicate if you were not setting foot on the land, if you are not connected to land baron's land, you are not technically occupying it and you're not trespassing. Precedent being, particularly, look at waterways. If there's a river or a creek or a stream that goes through private land, a landowner cannot own water. That's public right of way. You can float through private land as long as you remain in your boat and you don't come in contact with the creek bed. If you snag your fishing line on a rock and you step out of the boat into a couple feet of water to go free it, you are trespassing at that moment. You are standing on land, even though you're in the water. But as long as you remain floating in water, you don't set foot, notice, you don't put your foot down on the land. To me, that's the same thing as jumping corner to corner or whatever it is you're doing. It seems clear. As it stands now, U.S. 10th Court of Appeals, one level below the Supreme SCOTUS, in March ruled in favor of the hunters. That's where it was last left and settled. But it appears, according to Wyoming attorney Ryan Semarat, who represented the out-of-state hunters, told the Cowboy State Daily that he's prepared to go argue the case in front of the Supreme Court if that's where it gets. There's no guarantee that the Supreme Court will even hear this case. They hear very few of these appeals. I think the number quoted by Mark Hines was like 90% of these cases are never heard. The way that it's being brought to U.S. Supreme Court, the appeal to the high court. So we'll see if they even do it. But right now, the latest we know is it appears Iron Bar Holdings LLC, Fred Eshelman of North Carolina, appears not ready to give up the fight. They filed for an extension that would allow the appeal to the Supreme Court. That extension just means this case could be still in play, could be still, the intent is to bring it in front of the U.S. Supreme Court if they hear it. But that's one of the interesting stories of the day. And again, trending, folks online. Feedback, Frank Groth says, understanding the Supreme Court declines about 90% of these, I would be loath to suspect to overturn the circuit. I'm not even sure. I've lost the English in this. This is a full-on Hail Mary from the landowner. Yeah, I agree. I mean, just give it up. Give it up already. And the other comments, not favorable to the landowner, out of state, East Coasters, trying to bully in, spend their money. Get off my graze leased land, says Russ. It's unlikely Supreme Court will even hear this case, says Stephen. Already made legal, Owen says. I thought this was already settled by the U.S. Court of Appeals for the 10th Court, says Ronald. Yes, you're right. Settled for now. Should be illegal to block access to public lands this way, Robert says. Yeah, I don't see anybody supporting the landowner. It's mostly on behalf of folks who want to recreate, get out on public land. They don't like the de facto way it can be closed off and shut off to public access by this checkerboard pattern stuff. Yeah, it's just one of the stories we're following today. More to come. We got to take a quick break. Cowboy State Daily show on this Finally Friday continues after these words.
Wyoming is a big state. There's so much ground to cover, so many stories to tell. But the Cowboy State Daily News team is up to the challenge. I'm Wendy Core, host of Cowboy State Daily Video News. Whether it's politics in Cheyenne, energy issues in the Powder River Basin, or grizzlies in Yellowstone, our talented crew of experienced journalists are out there finding and telling the stories that matter. What's the best restaurant in DuBois? Renee Jean checks it out. What's the most recent Supreme Court decision mean to our everyday lives? Claire McFarland explains. How is the upcoming elk hunting season shaping up? Mark Hines lets us know. Every day, I talk to the reporters who are covering the topics, issues, and people that are important to Wyomingites, and in our daily newscast, I bring you those stories. Tune into the Cowboy State Daily Video Newscast every morning, only on CowboyStateDaily.com. This is the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
Gracie and Pedro might not get along so well.
You're standing on my tail.
But there's one thing they agree on. There's a right seat for everyone.
Oh, that's the good stuff.
Whether you're a dog,
Hold on, Pooch.
a cat, a fish, or a rat.
And I'm a ferret.
Be sure to travel safe.
How can you be so sure?
I'm absolutely positive.
On your next adventure, make sure your children are in the right seat for their age and size. Get it right at nhtsa.gov/the right seat.
So I wanted to talk with you and your mom today, Lily, because some people at school have noticed changes going on with you, and we're concerned.
Like what? Who?
Some of your friends, teachers. It sounds like you've lost interest in a lot of things lately. You're hanging with new friends.
So?
So, individually, maybe those things are no big deal, but taken together, and then the incident the other day, you were with Derek when he was caught selling marijuana.
Yeah, he was selling it.
Honey, we know. But we care about you and want to know what's going on.
That's right. We just want to understand better and see how we might help. And if weed is a part of it, we just want to make sure you understand the negative consequences for someone your age, the physical and mental health effects, the poor decision making, and the confusing legal aspects these days. So what do you say? Can we talk?
For more information about talking with your kids about underage use of alcohol and other drugs, visit underagedrinking.samhsa.gov.
Come on! Go, Diane! Yeah, keep it going! Yeah! Go, honey!
If you love them enough to drive an hour to cheer them on as they get beat 11-0 in the rain, then surely you'll check nhtsa.gov/the right seat to make sure they're correctly buckled in the back seat.
Throw that ball, Diane! Woo! You got this!
Thank you, Dawn MM. She says Onyx is the app everybody sometimes uses. That's well put. Everyone sometimes uses Onyx. That's what I was trying to think of. I dabbled with it until I found out you got to pay for it. Now, it's one more thing I don't need to be paying for. Because when I go outdoors, when I go out into the backcountry, I don't have to deal with that checkerboard pattern stuff. That's usually down south part of the state because, as I said, it derived from the old railroad days. Union Pacific put the railroad in. They were granted certain rights. They were granted land, certainly along the railroad as a right-of-way. And they were granted other land, but to make sure the railroad simply wasn't gobbling up tons of acreage that they could later flip and sell, it was the thought that you would checkerboard it and kind of split it up like that, making it less desirable for railroad companies to simply sell it off when they found they didn't need it for a depot or a station or a stop. And that worked, but it opened the door and opened Pandora's box to unintended consequences. Now you got people buying the private squares and sort of thinking the public squares come with it. And that's where you do need the Onyx app, because it tells you exactly where you are and on what type of land you're on: public, private, state, federal. My GPS, all I need to know when I'm outside is where the heck am I and how do I get back to the truck? Several times a handheld GPS has saved my butt. And I don't mean the phone kind. Like, I need a for real one. And that's another problem I have with Onyx. It's an app on your phone. My phone, for one, is always running on fumes. Like, I'm not going to have the battery power to use it if I really need it. And I don't trust it hooking up with the satellite out in the middle of nowhere. I'm not convinced it works and it can access the satellite and tell me where I am. I have a GPS with an antenna, and its great feature is it can find satellites necessary to tell me where I am, and more importantly, where I park my truck. Because, yeah, when you're out in the woods and the mountains and the canyons and cliffs and streams, and you got to know where's everything. I don't care if I'm trespassing when I'm out there. I care that I won't die out there. That's the main goal. That's why I need a GPS. Where am I? How do I get out of here? Because I'm good at that. I'm good like that. You know, start off on a little day hike. The next thing you know, me and the dogs are fagged, absolutely out of gas, and don't know where we are. And the straightest way back to the truck involves climbing a mountain, jumping off a cliff, swimming a swift river, and getting back to the trailhead. Well, that's not the way I came. That one big, beautiful act bill passed barely. Boy, it shows you the power of just one vote. Every vote counts, huh? The House was at it all night long. I know Senator Cynthia Lummis was on the show the other day. Was it just yesterday? I get my days all mixed up. It's been a long week. Senator Lummis was on the other day, and she said the Senate's been all tied up with nomination approvals. President Trump's nominees for various cabinet posts, sub-cabinet posts. That's still going on. And here we are in May. I mean, Trump had a list of his nominees months ago, but we still haven't approved people like Brian Nesvik. And the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Services has been directorless, I guess, since January 20th. Unless the old one hangs around. I don't know how it works. But we're still waiting to see if Brian Nesvik could be that guy. That vote may come next month. The Democrats in the Senate are exercising every minute worth, every bit of their legal right to have time between nominations. In other words, we just nominated this dude. Now we need 3 weeks to take a breath before we get to this dude. And the Dems are taking every minute of it and so-called slow walking these nominations. That's what minority in the Senate does. It could be the other way around in 10 years. It'd be the Republicans doing the same. They all minority in the Senate does that. Minority party. It's pretty usual. So anyway, Senator Lummis said, you know, the Senate doesn't have time to go on these hometown meetings like Harriet Hageman. We don't have time to be holding these, what are they called? Hometown. The townhome. The hometown, whatever they are. The ones where, you know, Hageman went out and took questions and then had to hear a lot of people throw insults at her regarding orange hair and cancel them for a while. Yeah, Lummis said, we don't have time to go around and do that. We're constantly voting on stuff on the Senate floor. These nomination votes are like dragging on and on and on. I wish we had time for these town meetings. Well, U.S. Representative Harriet Hageman didn't have time for these town hall meetings. She was busy voting on the big, beautiful bill. You know, they did this late at night, all night, which is somewhat impressive considering, we've seen the House and the Senate just go ahead and take a weekend off or a week off for holidays, even when there's a budget that needs passing or something urgent, they'll still say, well, we need time off. That was impressive. The House worked all night long. An all-night session, the vote on the One Big Beautiful Bill Act. And finally, as the country slept in 6:54 a.m. Eastern time, that'd be 5 minutes before 5 in Wyoming. I'm up by then. But that's when the vote finally came in. Call for a vote and be careful with the count. 215 to 214. The big, beautiful bill passes the House. On to the Senate now, where we're hearing that the Senate says the bill's going to need a few tweaks before they get after it. And what the Senate is concerned about in particular is the debt the bill would put the U.S. in. Now, the debt is already stupid high, but this bill apparently would increase, even though the bill cuts so many things. The Democrats are crying about it. They're like, this is going to take food away from food programs. It's going to hurt kids. It's taking money out of the mouths of families that need it. There's too many cuts in this big, beautiful bill. Really? Too many cuts, yet it increases national debt to 5, what is it, trillion, zillion? I don't know. And the Senate says, yeah, we got to rein in some of that. So they may make some tweaks, particularly to how much the debt is increased. I think they're eyeing like 4 trillion instead of 5. Let me double check that. ABC News is reporting House Republicans approved the One Big Beautiful Act by one single vote yesterday. It'll still have to pass muster with the Senate, who the Senate says there's probably going to need to be some changes to the bill. Senate Majority Leader John Thune said he's expecting to get busy on the bill, wants to see it on his desk immediately, and says likely you're going to be looking at some tweaks, some changes. Chief among the issues GOP senators have raised about the bill is it adds trillions to the national debt. Yeah. The House bill, the way it was passed, adds about $4 trillion to the debt ceiling. The Senate bill, as it reads, would add $5 trillion. So they want to kind of get more in line with the $4 trillion mark, I would imagine. Republican Senator Rand Paul said yesterday, this will be the greatest increase in the debt ceiling ever. And the GOP is going to have to own this now. The deficit this year will be $2.2 trillion. And the GOP owns that now too. So, yeah, it looks like the Senate will be doing what they can with a big, beautiful bill to whittle the debt ceiling down a little bit. In the vote, by the way, I wonder if they could bring this vote back, because there was 2 Republicans who didn't vote. You would have to think they would vote the Republican side, right? Because this thing went party line. Every Democrat voted against it. U.S. Representative Harriet Hageman spoke with Sean Berry, White House correspondent for Cowboy State Daily, and said she was pleased by the results. She said, among other things, it preserves income tax cuts, scraps green energy tax incentives, and promotes the oil, coal, and timber industries so dear to Wyoming. The thoughts of Representative Harriet Hageman. The Wyoming Republicans' vote in favor of this bill went 215 to 214. Every Democrat voting against it. And the vote also included U.S. Representative Andy Harris, Republican of Maryland, formally abstained, simply voted present. What's the matter, Andy? So it could have been a 2-vote victory. 2 other Republicans, Reps David Schweikart of Arizona and Andrew Garbarino of New York, did not vote. Assuming they voted party lines, this could have been a 218 to 214. Hageman said, I worked diligently to ensure Wyoming's voice was reflected in this historic legislation, citing income tax cuts, border security spending, and pro-oil, pro-coal provisions, among many other things she liked about that big, beautiful bill. It did pass. 1 vote. Every vote matters. There's your proof. One more quick break this hour in the Cowboy State Daily Show. We'll be back with more after this.
Want to stay in touch with what's happening around Wyoming? I'm Wendy Core, host of the Cowboy State Daily video newscast. From Mountain View to Upton, from Jackson to Cheyenne, our reporters are out there finding and telling the stories that matter. Every day, I talk to the talented journalists who are covering the topics, issues, and people that are important to Wyomingites. And in our daily newscast, I bring you their stories. Tune in to Cowboy State Daily video news every morning, only on CowboyStateDaily.com.
Wyoming is a big state. There are so many stories to tell, and here at Cowboy State Daily, we pride ourselves in bringing those stories to you every day. I'm Riley Strand, videographer and production assistant for Cowboy State Daily Video News. Every day, host Wendy Core and I talk to the experienced journalists who are covering the topics, issues, and people that are important to Wyomingites. And in our daily newscast, we bring you their stories. Tune in to Cowboy State Daily Video News every morning, only on CowboyStateDaily.com.
You're listening to the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
In today's digital world, it's hard to know who to trust. Your local TV and radio stations bring you the facts. Misinformation and deep fakes flood social media, but broadcasters deliver verified and accurate news. For news, emergency updates, sports, and entertainment, turn to your local stations. Text TV to 52886 and urge Congress to support the vital local journalism broadcasters provide.
Emma, did you hear?
Todd's in the hospital.
Who's Todd? He got a collapsed lung from vaping. He thought it was cool.
Not cool.
Promise you won't vape, Emma. It can lead to a lifelong addiction, and we can't be friends if your lungs collapse.
Bogus.
Wacky sitcom teens aren't the best people to talk to your kid about vaping.
Hey, you got a minute?
You are. Start the conversation with your child about vaping today.
Breathe. Love what you do and you've already won, my parents used to say. My parents whose smiles were my first finish line, who championed respect, whose resilience built mine. Even more than I wanted a gold medal, I wanted a heart of gold, like the mentors who were my balance beams, refusing to let me down, and the coaches who spoke out to anything out of bounds, heroes who never stood on podiums, but stood up for me. Every shot I made, give the assist to those who since my youth were referees, ready to blow the whistle and end abuse.
Cowboy State Daily Show continues on this finally Friday. I got to fix my hair before we have the governor on. This is This is next level hair I'm dealing with here in the radio studio. Craig Johnson, New York Times bestselling author and the man behind the Longmire series, said, I should let my freak fly. He's like, let that hair out. Don't wear a hat. I don't know about that, Craig. It frightens small children, and it disrespects the governor of the great state of Wyoming, I think. Having a rough hair day. Heidi, thank you for reminding me town halls. Yeah, that's what I was looking for when I said that U.S. Senator Cynthia Lummis says, we ain't got no time for town halls like the House. We're busy voting nominations and sub-nominations. We can't all be Harriet Hageman running around with the town halls. And then meanwhile, Hageman says, well, watch this, and pulls an all-nighter with a bill that passed. By the way, Senator Barrasso chimes in on that story as well. You know, going back, reading after the fact, like a day later, all the comments on our Facebook Live post of this show would be confusing in post-mortem. When you go back and look at the comments, looks like people are just blurting out random things. On X is the app everyone uses. Town Hall, says Heidi, and people are like, what? What does that mean? Well, these are de facto producers of the show, basically. When your host, when your on-air talent can't think of something, which for me happens like all the time. What do you call that app that, who was that person that played the Doctor in Star Trek? One of those meetings called that Hageman has that everybody yells at her. Normally you have a producer in your ear who sits on the other side of the glass and he shakes his head and says, town halls, you idiot. I got a whole legion of people that call me idiots on Facebook, so thanks for, blurting out things I should know and don't know. Senator Barrasso cheers the vote that would kill California mandate to force feed EVs on everyone. Is this the same vote, big beautiful bill, or is this a separate one? After a marathon battle that began Wednesday, concluded with a mid-morning vote Thursday, Senate Republicans, this is the Senate, so they had a kind of an all-night session as well. Well, they're actually working in D.C. Holy cow. Our electeds working hard. So both the House and Senate burning the midnight oil. Senate Republicans late mid-morning vote Thursday, after a marathon battle Wednesday, finally voted to overturn California vehicle emission standards that Republicans say would have essentially phased out gas-powered vehicles totally in favor of electric. Had California rules been allowed to stand, it would have set the precedent for a nationwide mandate for EVs, said Wyoming's John Barrasso, second leading Republican in the Senate. Barrasso said Washington bureaucrats will not dictate the vehicles we can drive in Wyoming or anywhere else in America. Amen. Talk about big brother government overreach. Here's what you can drive. Bad enough that Barrasso's right when he says Democrats are trying to shove EVs down our throat by allowing the manufacturers of electronic vehicles to receive subsidies. Your tax dollars are going to help EVs get made. Because if left to their own economic devices, they perhaps, at least at this juncture, don't make financial sense. Cost too much to make the battery costs too much to make an EV. So without government subsidy, no company in their right mind would make an EV. So the government's encouraging the production of EVs by handing out your tax money to make it happen. That's bad enough. That's not a level playing field. It's government meddling. But these California rules that were overturned with this Senate vote, they would have, according to Barrasso. I haven't read the bill. I don't have time to go through all that. I can barely remember anything. Who's got time to read I don't know how many pages were in this. This is under the Clean Air Act, California. EPA sets national emissions standards for the country, but under the Clean Air Act, California makes its own rules. And they were well on their way to eliminating gas and diesel vehicles because of clean air concerns and pretty much mandating everybody drive an electric vehicle. So Barrasso pretty happy and said Washington bureaucrats will not dictate what we drive. Amen. Yeah, I mean, even if you're an EV person, don't you appreciate the choice, the freedom as an American to choose to go onto a dealership lot and say, I'm not sure I like a blue car, maybe a black one. You don't need the government telling you, oh, you must drive a white Chevy. Well, I don't know. I wanted to drive a red Ford. I want a blue Dodge. It's no different. Don't you appreciate the freedom Americans have with the power of your money, which is taxed when you buy that vehicle, unless you go park it in Montana. Remember that story from David Madison? You can void sales tax on your vehicle purchase as long as you didn't intend to drive that vehicle. Here's my brand new vehicle. Oh, I can't drive it off the lot. As soon as I do, I got to pay sales tax. I'm going to have this company from Montana come and get it, put it in a warehouse for a year, and then I can drive it and avoid sales tax. Anyway, yeah, it's your hard-earned money that chooses the vehicle you want on a lot. And maybe it is an EV. Good. Buy an EV. Nobody's saying you can't. Just don't like the idea that the government would tell you you can't or you can. I can buy any vehicle I want. This is America. I don't have to buy an EV. I don't have to buy a SUV. I don't have to buy, yeah. I mean, it just makes perfect sense, man. Who can be against that? Who? Who doesn't want the freedom of choice? Maybe somebody who just enjoys being told what to do, I guess. I ain't one of them. Some people are really worried about those dudes that escaped from the New Orleans jail. Was it a jail or a prison? I think it was just a jail. Although some guys were in there for murder. That had to be I guess it is just a jail. Looks like an inside job. There's been an arrest of a maintenance dude who probably helped them. In fact, they had to pull the toilet off the wall in order to chip a hole in the wall and get out. And then they left the message, too easy, LOL. And they spelled two, T-O, instead of T-O-O. Too easy. Well, what do you expect from criminals? But in order to pull the toilet off the wall, they needed the water shut off momentarily. Otherwise, they'd be flooding the cell, water be everywhere, and authorities would have been alerted to their escape quicker. So they worked out a deal, allegedly, with a maintenance dude of the prison, of the jail, and said, turn off the water at such and such time. And he did, and he gave them other advice on how they might get out of there. 5 inmates still on the lam. I think they caught a couple. I think 10 total got out. 5 are still at large, including one who has convictions on second-degree murder. And that's got Orleans Orleans Parish District Attorney Jason Williams nervous. He said 2 of the people that work for him who helped try that case and put this dude away on murder charges have left the state. He's like, they don't even, 2 of his prosecutors have fled the state. They don't even want to be in the office in case these 5 guys that are loose, the one who lost his case decides to take revenge. They left Louisiana. I don't blame them. Yeah. So we got more stories to get to next hour. We're going to welcome in our guests. Don Day's going to be here. All that coming up on the Cowboy State Daily Show soon. Top of the hour news break now, though. Stay with us. We appreciate you spending your Friday right here.
It's time to take a look at what's happening around Wyoming. From the Cowboy State Daily Newsroom, I'm Wendy Core. A couple who paid a $24,325 fee to Teton County government to build a home on property they already owned is suing. They say the county extorts fees from homeowners in a way that violates the U.S. Constitution's ban on government takings without compensation. Cowboy State Daily's Claire McFarland reports that this issue has been brewing for a while.
The U.S. Supreme Court galvanized some pretty firm language last year saying if you're going to charge someone a home building fee, it has to really be connected to what impact they're going to have on the community. There's been a complaint for a while, but I think that the Supreme Court gave them the ammunition last year to go ahead and launch this suit. And they've got some other tenants that are in their favor, like they were already in Teton County. They're not newcomers who are going to potentially exacerbate the housing shortage.
Wyoming law gives Teton County the authority to set its land use regulations, but those are limited by case law surrounding the Fifth Amendment's promise that no property shall be taken from people without just compensation. For Wyoming hunters and target shooters, firearms suppressors, sometimes inaccurately called silencers, might soon be available over the counter. As it stands now, suppressors are included under restricted items in the 1934 National Firearms Act. That means that getting one amounts to what some shooters describe as a bureaucratic nightmare. But Cowboy State Daily's Mark Hines reports that the U.S. House late Wednesday passed a budget reconciliation bill that includes a measure removing suppressors from NFA classification.
When people think of suppressors or silencers, they think of them in the movies as people using them, to assassinate people. A lot of hunters use them just to cut down on the noise so they're not blowing their ears out with high-powered rifle shots. That's the argument, that these are a good recreational shooting or hunting tool to protect people's hearing. They're not for evil assassins, so let's just make them, they're legal, but let's make them far more easily accessible than they are.
If suppressors are removed from the NFA classification, they'll remain under the Federal Gun Control Act, which means people can go into sporting goods stores and buy new suppressors over the counter from licensed firearms dealers. They would still have to fill out paperwork for a background check, just as they would when buying a firearm. Southern Wyoming's Snowy Range opened to traffic on Thursday, a few days before its intended opening. The Wyoming Department of Transportation announced that the 12-mile stretch of the scenic byway through Medicine Bow National Forest is cleared of snow and ready for visitors. But Cowboy State Daily's Andrew Rossi reports that WYDOT is still battling snow across the state. It might be sunny and summer-like in the lower elevations, but the mountain passes don't yield so easily.
We're not quite at the time of year when we can traverse these wonderful scenic byways and highways and mountain passes without any hesitation, but we're getting close.
WYDOT District 1 opened the Battle Pass Scenic Byway on Tuesday. Meanwhile, the Montana Department of Transportation and the National Park Service are working to get the Beartooth Highway open in time for the Memorial Day weekend. I'll be back with more news right after this.
Right now, there's a powerful chance to change a life, maybe even save one. The Wyoming Rescue Mission is offering a unique opportunity where every dollar you give is matched, doubled, to bring hope to those in desperate need. But time is running out. They must raise $175,000 by May 31st for our neighbors who need it most. Please go to wyomission.org/donate. Help bring comfort, dignity, and a second chance. That's wyomission.org/donate.
Fans of the hit television and Netflix show Longmire, based on Wyoming author Craig Johnson's detective novel series set in northeastern Wyoming, will soon converge on Buffalo for the town's annual transformation into the fictional community of Durant in the equally fictional Absaroka County. Those fans who choose to fly into Wyoming at Casper on their way to Buffalo for Longmire Days will quite likely recognize the voice that greets their arrival with an enthusiastic "Welcome to Wyoming." The voice belongs to none other than Robert Taylor, the guy who plays fictional sheriff of Absaroka County, Walt Longmire, himself. Cowboy State Daily's Renee Jean reports that Taylor is so committed to attending Longmire Days each year that he actually turns down paying gigs to show up in Buffalo.
None of the actors get paid to be part of Longmire Days, even the sheriff himself. But he's always here, even if he has paying work. He turned it down so he could be at Longmire Days in Wyoming.
Longmire Days is set for July 17th through the 20th this year. And that's today's news. Get your free digital subscription to Wyoming's only statewide newspaper by clicking on the daily newsletter button on cowboystatedaily.com. I'm Wendy Core for Cowboy State Daily.
When it comes to making plans, you are the best. Those 9 months were also 273 days of planning. What about your daughter's first costume party? It was out of this world. And let's not forget those barbecues you plan in detail for your family and your more vegetarian by the day best friends. Surprise party for your parents' golden anniversary? You get the golden planning. The same way you plan each detail for those moments, start planning to protect you and your loved ones from a natural disaster. Sign up for local weather and emergency alerts. Prepare an emergency kit and make a family communications plan. Protecting your family is the best plan you can make.
Cowboy State Daily Show. It's a finally Friday. We got you to the weekend, a holiday weekend, Memorial Day weekend. And by the way, on Monday, next week, Memorial Day, we'll be kind of in reruns doing the best of our interviews segments. You'll enjoy it, but I will not necessarily be live. Not that I'm live this morning or any morning, not until at least a half a pot of coffee. But Monday will be a special Memorial Day best of interviews, an all interview day with some of our favorite guests that we've had on in the past few weeks, months. You'll enjoy it. I'll enjoy it. Finally get to watch. Don Day will be on in just a bit. Andrew Rossi going to join us as well soon. Bill Sniffen.
Stay in school, kids.
The Governor Mark Gordon going to join the show. Wendy Core will be on. Normally John Baggett will show up on a Friday as well, but Bags, who does the Cowboy State Daily Show's Saturday edition, is going to be off tomorrow. He'll be replaced by the very capable Shireen. Shireen Herrera will be on tomorrow, Saturday. Shireen says she was up all night with a sick turkey last night, so be sure to ask her about that tomorrow morning. How's that turkey doing? Shireen is going to cover for Bags tomorrow, Saturday version. The weekend version of Cowboy State Daily getting all kinds of popular. I'm jealous. Bags is doing something. Shireen going to be doing something tomorrow, doing something right. All right, where was I? I wanted to get to, let's go to the silencer story from Mark Hines. I still call them silencers. I know technically they're suppressors, but come on, the whole world knows them as silencers, right? You see every movie, every mob movie you see, that's what the hitman screws onto the end of his gun. It's a silencer. And I think we all are aware that they don't make the gunshot absolutely silent, but we hear from the movies that it's pretty quiet. That's all your pew does. Your pew does when that's what you put on the silencer so you can rub out that rival mob boss without anybody knowing in the next room. They barely make a sound. They're silencers. Well, they're harder to buy than the gun itself. And it shouldn't be that way. Wyoming might soon be able to buy firearm suppressors over the counter a lot more easily than current now. Right now, there's a lot of restrictions. A bill lifting restrictions passed the U.S. House on Wednesday. And for Wyoming hunters, target shooters, and many Sicilian mob members, this is good news. Firearm suppressors, Mark Hines says, inaccurately called silencers. I don't know about that. It's just convenient. We all know them as silencers, right? I mean, you call it the boot. I call it the trunk. Depends on if you're from England or the U.S. It's a silencer. The thing that screwed, the little barrel that screws on the end of your pew so you can kill somebody without everybody in the world knowing about it. And yes, it's also helpful for hunters and target shooters that you're not going deaf, although you can wear earphones. You can wear earplugs. As it stands now, suppressors are included under restricted items. This dates all the way back to 1934, the National Firearms Act, the NFA. It means getting one amounts to what some shooters describe as a bureaucratic nightmare. Getting a silencer, getting a suppressor, buying one involves a lengthy application process, a vetting process, also requires paying a $200 extortion tax stamp, which that would cost half the suppressor right there. It's similar to the arduous process you would have to go through to buy a Tommy gun, let's say. In fact, Mark Hines uses that example. Whether you wanted to purchase a Thompson submachine gun, also popular with the Italian mob, you know, the Tommy gun, that's when you want to rub out a whole bunch of guys, you don't care who hears it. You're taking out the whole pack in the Italian restaurant. It's just as hard to buy a suppressor as it is to buy a Tommy gun. It shouldn't be that way. All a suppressor is just a tool so you don't go deaf. And as Mark Hines correctly points out, it's not just a tool utilized by mobsters. Although a quick glance of the waiting list for silencers, which I was able to obtain through an act of FOIA, includes names predominantly ending in vowels. Gambino, Gotti, Fassini, Luciani, Costello, Bonanno. There's everybody who wants to buy a silencer right now and is held up in the red tape. All their names end in vowels. Just saying. They might be hunters, or they might be just guys looking to go out to the shooting range, do a little plinking. Or they might not want the whole world knowing about every time they pull the trigger. What is the sound? The sound the gun makes when you shoot through the silencer. It's really quiet. But a lot of folks say it's not that quiet. In real life, like, it doesn't suppress that much. Movies and television shows, Mark Hines writes, often depict suppressors acting as silencers, reducing gunshots to muted pews. Pew. Yeah, that's what they sound like. That's why the guns are called pews. People, Facebook doesn't like when you try to sell a gun on Facebook. They'll take the post down. So to get around it, people have had to say selling a tack driver, or selling a pew. And Facebook, Zuckerberg still hasn't gotten smart to that yet. Still hadn't, that still gets through. Selling a pew in 38. In other words, I got a 38 caliber firearm. If you wrote that 38 caliber firearm for sale, Facebook would take your post down. They don't like you selling guns. Guns are bad. Guns are bad, right? Zuckerberg. But he has not gotten hip to the terminology, and he's not clued into pew. Selling a pew in 38. It's still, that'll get you through. And that's the sound guns make when you put the suppressor on. Pew, pew. It's used by characters on TV and film like mob hitmen to take out rivals. That's how most of us know this device as a silencer used by the mob so they can do a quiet business. In reality, Mark says, suppressors reduce gunshots to milder cracks, meaning they can still be heard, but it helps the guy who's shooting the high-powered rifle. Also takes a little kick out of there. But it makes your shooting experience a bit more pleasant, and you might be able to actually hear a conversation later in life. But right now, if suppressors are removed from this NFA classification and the red tape, they'll still remain under the Federal Gun Control Act, which means to purchase one, you'll have to go through the same things you would have to go through background check if you were purchasing a firearm. The process should be much quicker. There's a little bit of paperwork. There's a background process, takes less than an hour, and you got your silencer, you got your suppressor. As it exists now, it's a long, horrendous ordeal, apparently. Mark Hines has that story in the Cowboy State Daily. Edwards says still have about 125 to 132 decibels of sound. That's a lot of decibels. That's more than a vacuum cleaner. That's more than I can produce with my DJ outfit. 132 decibels. That's a lot. It's still a loud crack, but not as loud as if you didn't have nothing on it. I mean, you go blast your 3030, you're going to hear it. But with a suppressor, yeah. I'm reluctant to get into this next article because I know Don Day's coming in soon. Let me open the Zoom room for him. Day weather forecast for the weekend. I mean, all we're concerned about, all we want to make sure about is we got a, nice Memorial Day weekend. Always kind of hit and miss in Wyoming. I've seen Memorial Days that were, the weather was as somber as the mood should be. Just gray, dreary, rainy mornings when, your local American Legion folks parade out the colors. Somebody plays taps. It's like 10 in the morning and it is drizzly rain and cold. That's a lot of Memorial Days I've seen. But this one could look markedly different. This Monday looks pretty nice. I mean, 70-ish and sunny for the most part, although not everybody. Central of the state, maybe Casper could see a little bit of rain. But here in the west where I am, Jackson, which is usually, I've seen it do its best to snow the entire Memorial Day weekend. Looks like it's going to be pretty darn nice. So that's good. All right, Don, we need you in here because, we could talk about this, I guess. Beef prices record high as the cattle industry struggles with cost. There's probably some cattle producers, beef producers that enjoy the high prices, but it's maybe not necessarily them that are seeing the benefits. Just because cow on the hoof now is about $2,400 to buy on the butcher's end of things, where previously, about a year ago, a steer was $1,500. That's almost double. It's not necessarily money in the rancher's pocket. It's just escalating cost to fatten these steers up in the feed yard. The cost of everything has gone up. According to Stephen Kirkland, he's the owner of the Z-Bar Cattle Company in Texas. He was quoted in this story. He said $2,400 for one steer going into the feed yard. And then you have things like the feed, the cost of the feed to fatten the cows up is going up. Everything's going up. Transportation to get the steer there, transportation to get them to the rendering plant, slaughter and butcher, everything. Water. You got much of the nation, many parts of the nation in drought. Three costs have risen so dramatically, contributing to U.S. cattle herds falling to their lowest number in 70 years, according to USDA data. So even though the price of beef is up for us who want to buy a steak at the restaurant, it's not translating to cattle ranchers getting rich. So they're not running cows. It costs them too much. And then those costs passed on to the end consumer. It means less cows, less beef, and higher prices for beef. This is just going to be a perpetuating problem, because now you're going to add scarcity of the product onto escalating costs. Pretty soon, nobody's going to be able to afford a T-bone when we go out. Well, that's concerning. CBS News has this story. Beef prices reach record highs as cattle industry struggles with costs. Don Dace is going to be a few minutes late. Thanks for the heads up, Don. That's okay. We'll take you late. Take you any way we can get you. Wyoming's premier weather forecaster is always worth the wait. My Zoom room, I have doubts that it's going to work correctly. So let's see. This will be an adventure as we get Don into the Zoom room, and he is indeed not there. I knew it. I knew this Zoom room would not work. Hang on, Don. I know I can probably hear you, right? Don Day.
Hello.
Yes, reaching Don Day. I can hear you. Now I see you. All right. Always a challenge. Must be Friday. The ghosts in the machines don't like to work on a Friday. So, I don't know that I had any particular weather questions for you, any oddball questions for you. We're having an easy Friday because we really need this forecast over a 3-day holiday weekend. A lot of us want to do outdoor activities. We got parades, we got barbecues, we got ceremonies. We want to visit the cemetery, and we want to remember the nation's fallen servicemen and servicewomen on Monday who have gave the ultimate sacrifice. So we want good weather for all of this, Don. Don't disappoint us.
Well, I am.
Uh-oh.
It depends on where you are.
Yeah.
Okay. So there will be parts of Wyoming, especially the central and the eastern side of the state, that will have a lot of clouds. It's going to be cool and it's going to be occasionally wet. I'll rattle off locations. Places like Casper, Douglas, Wheatland, Torrington, Cheyenne, Lusk, Laramie, maybe as far west as Rollins and Lander, Riverton. That area is just going to be susceptible to some good chances of showers and thunderstorms, and it's going to be cool, this 50s and 60s. Now, you go further into the northern and western parts of the state, it won't be as bad. It'll be warmer. There'll be more sun. Yes, there'll be some showers and thunderstorms around. So it's kind of a mixed bag. But it's hard for me, especially knowing how many areas really need some rain in the east, to put a damper on the forecast by complaining about rain.
Yeah.
It's hard to do in Wyoming, but it is going to not be a perfect Memorial Day weekend for those activities that you just highlighted. Be prepared. Have a sweatshirt, have an umbrella, have a jacket, and if you're caught underneath one of those showers or thunderstorms, if you're prepared, it's a lot easier to handle.
Good advice. I'm going to play the part of a 4-year-old. Why? Normally, when you think of the West and the North in the state, they have the lower temps. They have better chance of moisture usually. And you think about the eastern half, the plains where it's drought, they're always warmer and dry. Why is the weather happening on that side of the divide? What's happening?
Well, that's a very good question for a 4-year-old, Jake. I'm impressed.
Why?
It's a good question. And the reason is upslope. So you get on the eastern side of Wyoming along and east of I-25 and I-90, the winds on the ground just above the surface are coming in from the southeast. And they're coming from the southeast, which means we're drawing air in from the southern plains westward all the way back into the Rockies. So that air is more moist. It's got to go uphill. When you force air uphill, it cools, it condenses. So on the eastern side of the state, it's the wind flow that's dictating what the weather's going to be like this weekend. So that's a good point. That's a good question. While the western side of the divide will be more westerly. So that means air coming out of the deserts and the Pacific and makes things a little bit different that way.
That's one of the few times we win. I say we, I'm in Jackson Hole, and normally Memorial Day weekend is cold, soggy. Yeah, we'll give it to the other half of the state. Hear that, Torrington? It's the stupid upslope. That's what you got to blame your troubles on. So says Don Day. Don, enjoy the weekend. Monday, we're going to do a replay of our favorite interviews for Memorial Day, so we will not be live. Just give you a heads up. Okay.
We'll see you Tuesday.
Yeah, buddy. Have a great weekend. Day weather forecast. A little bit hit and miss around the state. Probably can't avoid a sprinkle somewhere sometime, but not too bad, really. Let's take a quick break on the Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake. We'll be right back.
To the Teton Range, Cheyenne to Sheridan, Rawlins to Ralston, Cowboy State Daily Morning Show covers the state like no other radio show or podcast. We love Lovell. We're eager to share the stories of Story will crow about Crowheart and Yodel over Yoder. Whether you make your home in Sweetwater, Chugwater, Powder River, or Green River, the Cowboy State Daily Morning Show will make you feel right at home. Jeffrey City, Atlantic City, we see you. Little America, Big Piney, you're on our radar. Howdy, Wapiti, Meeteetse, Shoshone, Ten Sleep, good morning. Welcome, Torrington, Riverton, Wheatland, Lusk, Lingle, Lander, Timber, Casey, Kerwin, Moorcroft, Mountain View, Moose, Fort Bridger, Fort Laramie, Fort Washington, Hannah, Hudson, Hewlett, Dayton, Daniel, and DuBois. We are east of Weston, west of Midwest, north of Newcastle, and south of Sundance. Border to border, we love Wyoming and every one of its communities, bar none.
This is the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
When you hear the words nonprofit organization, what comes to mind? Is it a place your dog called home before finding you? Is it an organization that supports accessibility? Is it a place that ensures your safety and that of those you love? That protects endangered wildlife and habitats or fights for our most basic needs? It's impossible to show all the ways nonprofit organizations make a difference in our world. One animal, one person, one cause at a time, but it's not impossible to be part of it. When you give what you have to a nonprofit organization that needs what you can give, you help promote, protect, and strengthen the reach of these incredible organizations. The Nonprofit Alliance is here, helping connect people like you to the nonprofits that enrich your life, your community, and the world we share. Reach out to a nonprofit organization that inspires you today to find how you can help make the world a better place.
The challenges our planet's animals are facing sometimes feel a bit heavy.
The animals haven't eaten in a day, 2 days, they haven't drank anything, they're cold, they're dehydrated.
As soon as we started our descent, everywhere I could see was mud, just absolutely mud.
The country has been in prolonged drought for so long, it was like a tinderbox waiting to go up.
Okay, very heavy. Each of us wants to be part of the solution, and we can be. Remember that there's good happening right now.
at home.
Hi, we were able to get into your unit, and we have all 4 of your cats. So,
Okay. And around the world. For any animal in any disaster. So let's focus on that, right? Be part of the solution, one rescue at a time. Search ifa.org/disaster ready.
Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake continues here on a finally Friday. Thanks for having you along with us, for enjoying the ride. However you digest the program, we love it. A lot of you are on X. I'm looking at the numbers. Majority consumers right now are on X watching. Facebook Live, popular. YouTube. Maybe on the website, cowboystatedaily.com. Maybe you run it back on demand on your favorite podcast platform. Download it later and enjoy this show when you're ready. Or maybe, we don't have analytics on this, but old-fashioned radio, man. Radio's not dead. Reports of the death of radio are premature. I know TV was going to kill it, and then cable TV, and then Sirius satellite radio's taken on all challenges and remains standing. And there's folks in Cheyenne who are hearing us on the radio. We're making radio fun again. Not our first radio or rodeo. Folks in the Jackson area, hello on radio. Riverton, hi. Fremont County, County 10. So yeah, any way you want to take in the program, all the merrier, all the better. This story from David Madison, who is kind of pivoted over to energy coverage for Cowboy State Daily. I didn't know he was such an energy guy. He's an energetic guy. We talk to him usually on Mondays, but he's become the energy expert of Cowboy State Daily, along with Greg Johnson. David Madison writes, will massive oil and gas reserves mean a new Bakken boom for Southwest Wyoming? Remember what the Bakken did for Dakota? It was the Bakken in South Dakota, right? No, North Dakota, sorry. Yeah, it created a few headaches. I'm always wary of a boom. I mean, everybody likes an energy boom, right? It means good news, increased revenues for the state, more jobs, the economy gets better, but it does invite some riffraff who's not from the state. The Bakken play in North Dakota created certain law enforcement headaches. You get a element that didn't grow up in North Dakota. They don't know North Dakota ways. Same thing for Wyoming. You get an out-of-state element that comes to work the oil fields, and they're not always hip to the Wyoming way, which is not taking your AK-47 and mowing down a herd of pronghorn, let's say, and other associated dark, bad actors that kind of come, was identified in the southwest Wyoming's Mowry Shale Formation. This is a recent release, a recent announcement by the U.S. Department of Interior. According to the latest research, and they do things like, I don't know, ground penetrating radar. I mean, they figure out what's down there under the ground, the government. In addition to oil and gas folks who are always doing exploratory drillings, the federal and state government, the USGS, for instance, in this case, U.S. Department of Interior, they usually come alongside, try to help out the energy industry and help them identify where is the oil and gas under there. And the latest report shows previously unknown, untapped oil and gas reserves right there for the taking. That's got some folks excited. Josh Sorensen of Rock Springs reflected on past booms. He's seen it all over the years. He's the president of Mountain States Pressure Service. He's got a Rock Springs-based oil and gas wells services company. He's excited, cautiously optimistic about this news, believes it could be some kind of a boom. The Mowry Shale holds an estimated 473 million barrels of oil and 27 trillion cubic feet of natural gas across this whole Mowry Shale, which includes southwestern Wyoming into a little bit of Colorado and Utah as well. Sorensen says he's not sure yet whether the state is on the cusp of witnessing the beginning of another boom, but he was pretty interested to hear the Mowry appears to hold significant amounts of both natural gas and oil. Sorensen said the Bakken in North Dakota was really fluids driven, meaning mainly oil. But in this case, you're looking at oil and gas, according to the latest research, that could make the Mowry in southwest Wyoming a new Bakken boom. Here's David Madison talking a little bit about it with Wendy Core.
Massive oil and gas reserves identified across southwest Wyoming are being called out this week by federal officials as substantial. Based partly on research from the University of Wyoming, the Federal Department of the Interior revealed that the Mowry Shale holds 473 million barrels of oil and 27 trillion cubic feet of natural gas across southwest Wyoming, Colorado, and Utah. Cowboy State Daily's David Madison reports that the find has local industry watchers wondering if that could mean a new Bakken boom in the region.
It's, I think, 300 times the amount that has been taken out of the Jonah field when it comes to natural gas. And so that's quite a bit. 27 trillion cubic feet of natural gas identified. Of course, when you have tons of natural gas, which we do in southwest Wyoming, there's always a question of, well, who's going to buy this stuff? Can we find new markets, put it into liquefied natural gas, and maybe ship it overseas and find an export market? Because what the industry always tries to avoid, of course, is flooding the market with too much and driving the price down too far.
Paul Ulrich, Vice President of Government and Regulatory Affairs at Jonah Energy, sees the Mowry discovery as validation of what Wyoming operators have long believed, which is that Wyoming sits on tremendous natural gas resources. Ulrich pointed out that the Mowry has the potential to help fuel Wyoming's economy for a very long time.
Yeah, could be exciting news. There's so many economic factors, though. A lot of people point out, commenting on this story, a lot of feedback pointing out that, as long as crude oil remains at $60-something a barrel, doesn't make economic sense to even start drilling. Need the price of oil to go up. And then if you extract too much oil, the excess supply will have prices go down again. So even though there's exciting things, we may have more oil in Wyoming than we thought, nobody's eager to go get it yet with prices being where they are. And then when you go get it, you don't want to get too much because then prices will go down again. Yeah, the economics of oil. Map, baby, map. That's where we are now. Not necessarily drill, baby, drill, but map, baby, map. We got to know what's down there. How much? Potential to extract 473 million barrels of oil, 27 trillion cubic feet of natural gas is what adds up in the 6.7 million acre area known as the Mowry Shale. It would be a lot more than we ever got out of the Jonah field, and on par with what they did in the Bakken over there in North Dakota. So potentially good news, let's say, from David Madison. Claire McFarland writes this story about a couple in Teton County suing the county, calling the $24,000 home building fee nothing more than extortion. We're going to talk to one of the landowner, one of the lawyers representing the property owner in this case. Will be on the show next week. So I'm excited to talk more about this because this is a big issue, particularly in Teton County, which has seen really experiencing the extreme of lack of affordable housing. I mean, it's no secret that it's statewide, it's nationwide, a lack of housing in general and a lack of affordable housing. That's nationwide, almost everywhere. And it's statewide, but no more so is the pain felt than in Teton County. And the efforts to alleviate the pain and create affordable housing has meant whacking property owners and developers with fees, mitigation fees. Developers that propose huge hotels, for instance, are hit with fees or told you better house all your employees because there's nowhere for people to live. That seems fair when on the scale of large commercial developments to tell somebody who's proposing a 100-key hotel, where are the people that are going to work for you? Where are you going to get your maids? Where are you going to get your bellhops? Where are you going to get the people to your valet parkers to run this thing? Because look at the want ads. There's plenty of jobs out there, no people to fill them. They have nowhere to live. So you better build them housing if you're going to bring this big thing into the county. That seems fair, or pay to have it built. But some of these mitigation fees for affordable housing have fallen on private property landowners who simply want to expand their house, tack on an addition to their house, or build an accessory unit in their place. And the fees are exorbitant, according to some. This lawsuit against Teton County, and it's not the first and it won't be the last, that challenges the mitigation fees and the mitigation, affordable housing mitigation process that Teton County does. It's been challenged as unconstitutional, state constitutional, and it may be decided ultimately in Cheyenne by the time it's done. But this couple is suing. This couple is Vernon, known as Trey and Shelby Sharp. And they live not far from me down here in the Hoback. So they don't live in downtown Jackson, but they're in Teton County. And they were looking to expand their house, make it a little bigger because they want to welcome home an elder daughter. She wants to come and live. They're also thinking about putting an accessory unit. In other words, the guest house, the mother-in-law cottage, whatever you want to call it, a little guest house on the property. Turns out the guest house they were proposing, the county said, well, that's too big. And they weren't even allowed to build that till they shrunk it down. Turns out when they wanted to expand the footprint of their house, I think they were looking at 27,000 square feet or 2,700 square foot home initially. And that grew a little bit. They settled on a 3,770,000 square foot home by the time they were done. And that resulted in Teton County demanding the Sharps pay $24,325 for affordable workforce housing fee pursuant to its land development regulations. And the Sharps said, that's extortion. It's our property, our land. What we want to do is not only not adding to housing problems in Teton County, we're trying to solve some. They were thinking about renting out the basement of this house to someone, and of course, the accessory, the guest house. They were going to rent it out. They were going to create housing, is what they said. And now we're told we got to pay for it. Well, they're not digging that. And they went and hired lawyers from the Pacific Legal Foundation. And David Dearson, one of the lawyers representing this family, will be on the show next week. It'll be interesting to talk to him because this lawsuit's only the beginning. There'll be more lawsuits until I think this whole thing is solved in Cheyenne. Let's take a quick break. We'll get Andrew Rossi into the room right after this on the Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake.
Wyoming is the Cowboy State. From corner to corner, there are so many stories to be told, and more cowboys and cowgirls are turning to the Cowboy State Daily News team to keep them in touch with what's happening both locally and in other parts of Wyoming. I'm Riley Strand, videographer and production assistant for Cowboy State Daily Video News. We're proud to bring the most important stories to our viewers every day. The stories that start conversations, the stories that make us laugh, the stories that make us think. Our experienced journalists at Cowboy State Daily are crisscrossing the state every day, talking to those who know the news best. Every day, host Wendy Core and I talk to the reporters who are covering the topics, issues, and people that are important to Wyomingites. And in our daily newscast, we bring you those stories. Tune into the Cowboy State Daily video newscast every morning, only on CowboyStateDaily.com.
You're listening to the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
Sometimes fatherhood
I'm the first Viking who wouldn't kill a dragon.
can feel like an epic battle.
But you will.
But you can change your kid's world just by being there. And with a little help, you won't believe how high they can soar.
All right, bud, you ready?
I'm proud to call you my son.
Come on!
Never stop being a dad. To learn more, visit fathersincorporated.com.
Logan Wilson here at the M Building in Casper, Wyoming. They do more than just support businesses and private events. They support nonprofits by offering reduced rates to help the community thrive. The staff here at the M Building have been incredible in helping me organize a fantastic event. They are great partners for those who want to make a positive impact on the community. Come check out the M for your next event.
In every family, small conversations can make a big impact. I grew up on tour with my parents. Kind of different, but we bonded over music just like other families do over sports, camping, or other interests. And we talked. Little everyday conversations from silly to serious that built a foundation over time. Honest conversations, like when my dad shared his experiences as an alcoholic.
Your honesty about that part of your life gave me a sense of integrity that I wanted to uphold in my own life. And I was so grateful that you and Mom had become these sober, stable people who were always there for me.
I wanted you to know from someone who's been in recovery more than 30 years now that hard work is what creates success, not alcohol or other drugs, whether it's music or anything else. I said it a lot, and I'm glad you took it to heart.
Talk, they hear you. For more information about talking with your kids about underage use of alcohol and other drugs, visit underagedrinking.samhsa.gov.
Yeah, our cartoonish sound bed can only mean one thing. Andrew Rossi joins the conversation. Andrew, where do we start with you?
Well, we started with some dignity, so we might as well keep that going.
We've raised the bar, yeah. That allows us a lot of room to degrade from here. First, is it okay to wear this hair when I talk to the governor a little bit later?
You know, Jake, you do you. If there's anything that I learned in all of my 90s TV shows and movies, it's that you just have to be yourself if you want to succeed in life.
Solid advice from Andrew Rossi. Didn't mean to get so deep so soon. Let's dig through the deep. YDOT, open snowy range, Beartooth Highway. All roads, all mountain passes should be open by the end of the month. That's good news from Memorial Day weekend travel. Even 14A Yeah, they're plows getting at it, even though it continues to kind of snow up high. There is snow up high. If you're down on the plains and on the flats, you may have thought, well, this was a mild winter. What's there to plow? But in the mountains, they got snow.
Well, I have it on reliable authority that 14A should be open in 10 minutes.
Yes! Holy cow! Up to the minute reporting, Andrew. That's pretty cool. 14
Yeah, no, YDOT's been working really hard to make sure that all the mountain passes are clear of snow by Memorial Day weekend. So as the Snowy Range is open, Battle Pass is open, 14A will be open here shortly, and the Beartooth Pass is expected to open sometime today as well. So it's all of Wyoming will be traversable for Memorial Day weekend. Whether it'll stay traversable remains to be seen.
Well, that's some news. I like that. Way to go, Wyoming. Way to go, plow drivers. Yeah, I think we may get some sprinkle showers. Probably not a ton of organized storm system. I think we'll stay open if I had to ballpark it and guess, but you never know, especially with these tornadoes. I enjoyed your story, your photos and video of a massive twister in Colorado. A reminder that tornado season is here. Wyoming's not immune to tornadoes, particularly in the southeast area of the state. And you got our favorite guy, Don Day, explaining the ins and outs of tornadoes, which I asked him later. I'm surprised, Andrew, you missed an opportunity. You let it slip. You should have asked Don Day why tornadoes, unlike hurricanes, appear to be so micro-selective on what the damage they choose to do. They can take out one side of a street, leave the other side of the street untouched, and they particularly are angry and targeting mobile home parks and old cronies riding brooms from Kansas. Why do they do that?
I guess they want to be more vindictive in terms of their destruction. Hurricanes are just broad with their anger, but tornadoes have axes to grind against flat areas in particular. So
tornadoes
you got to do.
Tornadoes have agendas. But yeah, I like the science behind it. You talked about this massive funnel cloud seen touching down. Have you ever seen a tornado for reals?
I saw one from a great distance a very long time ago, but thankfully I lived in places that haven't been very tornado prone. We didn't get many when I was growing up in Ohio, and we don't get a lot in northwest Wyoming because of the mountains. Tornadoes, they need fast open spaces to form in the proper way. So where you are in Jackson, where I am in Cody, and just anywhere where there's a mountain range, that doesn't prevent tornadoes from forming, but it makes it a lot more difficult for them to actually collide and then get the circular motion going to become the funnel clouds that cause that much destruction. So we've got a barrier of safety out here, but doesn't make us tornado proof.
Yeah, it makes sense. We sometimes get those micro bursts, which just kind of shoved down. It's like a downdraft, just pushes all the trees and breaks them. But yeah,
I've seen those. I remember when I was working in Thermopolis, there was a little dust devil twister sort of thing that picked up every tumbleweed within a mile and just started hurling them around the valley. It was quite a thing to see.
Quite a thing to see, like about 500,000 zebra mussels stuck on a boat lift. This is the mother lode of invasive zebras. I'm glad we have AIS checkpoints. I'm glad this boat owner did the right thing. He bought a boat. It had been hanging out in South Dakota for a while, and man, did it get some mussels attached to it. Yikes.
Yeah, and I think that's the scary thing is that Wyoming doesn't have any zebra or quagga mussels in its waters right now, and hopefully it'll stay that way forever. But this boat lift came from a lake in South Dakota. So that's right next door. So that shows that, the potential of getting zebra mussels in our waters, it's right on our doorstep. And they are notoriously difficult, if not impossible, to remove once they've established themselves. So the risks are high.
Well, this it could have been disastrous. Yes, Wyoming Game and Fish, they run these checkpoints. It's important you get to them before you put your boat in the water. I mean, sometimes it seems a little excessive. I've had them look at my, my inflatable paddle boards, like take them out of the bag. I'm like, there's not any zebra muscles on those things, man. Calm down. But I get it, man. We got to check everything. Everybody should have to get checked because, yeah, one muscle could be disastrous. 500,000 muscles they had to scrape off of this. What does it take to get these muscles off? It's a process.
It is a process, which is why Wyoming Game and Fish has these aquatic invasive species checkpoints where they have all the equipment and the facilities that they need. But the process itself sounds fairly simple. You just get scalding hot water and high pressure and you blast and scald these things off. Then you leave them out to dry and then you scald them again. And you just keep repeating that process. They're very thorough about it to make sure that there's absolutely no chance. And they make sure that while they're doing that, the entire area is covered so that seagulls and raccoons and other critters don't get a chance to see some tasty mussels and run off with them.
Let's go to Jackson, where I live. I've never seen this, but I've heard of it. Some drunken monkeys get out there and want to goof around on the iconic elk antler arches, 4 of them on each corner of the town square. Conveniently located when the bars let out. You walk out and there's an arch just begging to be climbed. This Montana man ticketed for making it a good way to the top.
You know, Jake, I think we've all been, it's like speaking as, guys, we've been in that position where we want to impress some ladies, but this is not a good way to go about doing it because I don't think there's any scenario where climbing an arch of antlers would be a good idea, but it is a crime in Jackson to do that sort of thing. You can't climb structures that aren't meant to be climbable, and that includes the iconic arch. And that it's funny you bring that up because Jackson so much better than I do. But of course, that's the arch directly across the street from the Cowboy bar.
Yeah, a lot of monkey business goes on at closing time outside of the Cowboy bar. There's usually a good amount of cops there. I'm surprised this guy got that far, but yeah, trying to impress some girls he met, and that's probably a bad choice. Not a way to do it.
Not recommended by anybody who involved.
Almost as bad a choice as the Cleveland Browns GMs are making. You got 5 guys in your quarterback room, and I don't know if any of them are a starter. Greg Johnson made me ask you what's going on in Cleveland.
Jake, I like to think of it as you just need constants, especially in the chaotic world that we live in where things seem like they can change on a daily basis. I take comfort in knowing that no matter what happens, no matter where we go as a nation, what choices we make, the Browns still suck.
The Browns.
It gives me a nostalgic feeling, makes me feel like there's things all right in the world because I can count on that.
They are an anchor in a storm, reliably disappointing. They're just a go-to when the world makes no sense. Good point.
Consistent products from the factory of sadness.
As only in Ohio and could wrap it up. I'm happy for this horse. They got airlifted out of the river. I don't blame him. He was standing in what had to be cold water in the Yellowstone River south of Billings until finally the rescue efforts included a short haul by helicopter for a horse named Cowboy. He didn't want to walk out. Even with coaxing, he wouldn't walk out of the river or swim out of it. I think he was frozen.
He'd been there for a while. He got missing a couple days before, and they actually spotted him on a Thursday night. But then they called the sheriff, and the sheriff said, it's getting dark. It's too late to even assess the area. So they had to leave him there overnight Thursday and go and get him first thing Friday morning to assess everything. So, yeah, I wouldn't be inclined to move. And he ended up in a spot where there was fast water on either side of the island he was closest to. So they were lucky to coax him close enough to the island to get him there. But, yeah, nobody was happier about the rescue than the horse itself. But just wasn't happy during the rescue, as that video shows. He was not happy about being in the harness and being carried off.
Really? Was he like kicking and screaming on the trip? Because he looks calm once they set him down, right?
No, they did sedate him slightly, so not to the point where he was completely asleep. They want him to be able to walk off of his own volition, but he was clearly uncomfortable with the fact of, the noise of the helicopter, then being hoisted into the air and carried, which I don't think anybody would be very happy in that particular set of circumstances. So you can't really blame him.
That's got to be a little unsettling, but looking at the photos from the story, all's well, ends well, Cowboy back, and maybe, hopefully, learned a lesson. Don't...
Fingers crossed. You never know.
Yeah, he's a horse. Don't get in the river if you don't expect to walk your way out of it. Excellent stories. Run the gamut there. You had a little bit of everything. Thanks, Andrew. Have a great Memorial Day weekend.
You as well, Jake.
Thanks, buddy. Andrew Rossi joins the Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake with some interesting stories. Check those out on the cowboystatedaily.com. Just type in Andrew Rossi's name and find out what he's been up to. What we're up to, top of the hour news. See you on the other side. Stay there.
It's time to take a look at what's happening around Wyoming. From the Cowboy State Daily Newsroom, I'm Wendy Corr. Massive oil and gas reserves identified across southwest Wyoming are being called out this week by federal officials as substantial. Based partly on research from the University of Wyoming, the Federal Department of the Interior revealed the Mowry Shale holds 473 million barrels of oil and 27 trillion cubic feet of natural gas across southwestern Wyoming, Colorado, and Utah. Cowboy State Daily's David Madison reports that the find has local industry watchers wondering if that could mean a new Bakken boom in the region.
It's, I think, 300 times the amount that has been taken out of the Jonah Field when it comes to natural gas. And so that's quite a bit. 27 trillion cubic feet of natural gas identified.
Paul Ulrich, Vice President of Government and Regulatory Affairs at Jonah Energy, sees the Mowry discovery as validation of what Wyoming operators have long believed, which is that Wyoming sits on tremendous natural gas resources. A Massachusetts-based federal judge on Thursday blocked the president's 2-month-old executive order slashing the U.S. Department of Education in half, ordering the reinstatement of terminated department employees. But Cowboy State Daily's Claire McFarland reports that the action does not grant a win to the several states, school districts, and unions that sued President Donald Trump's administration.
Preliminary injunctions are basically a pronouncement. It blocks the law while the case is ongoing, or the action while the case is ongoing, but they're basically a pronouncement like the person whose law or order is being blocked is not likely to win this case. And the judge actually went on and on for 88 pages to that end, basically saying this is violation of separation of powers, this is really harmful, that Congress has told the Department of Education to do so many things it can no longer do.
The judge's order signals a strong likelihood that the plaintiffs will win the case by outlining constitutional and legal errors the judge found in the order's implementation and by pointing to what he deemed irreparable harms wrought by it. The landowners behind the Wyoming corner crossing case have filed a petition to bring it before the U.S. Supreme Court. The case is rooted in a long-standing dispute between Iron Bar Holdings, LLC, and 4 out-of-state elk hunters over an incident in Carbon County. Cowboy State Daily's Mark Hines reports that if the High Court decides to hear the case, it could settle once and for all whether it's legal to corner jump or cross the pinpoint at the intersecting corners of square parcels of public and private land.
Thousands of petitions are filed a year. The Supreme Court might hear 70 of them in a year. But they have taken that next and final step. They're taking it all the way to the Supreme Court to settle this question over whether hopping or crossing between corners, is it trespassing or is it not? So Supreme Court could be in line to answer that question once and for all.
In March, the U.S. 10th Court of Appeals, one level below the U.S. Supreme Court, ruled in favor of the hunters. Filing for the extension of the deadline is only an initial step and hardly a guarantee that the Supreme Court will hear the case. I'll be back with more news right after this.
Right now, there's a powerful chance to change a life, maybe even save one. The Wyoming Rescue Mission is offering a unique opportunity where every dollar you give is matched, doubled, to bring hope to those in desperate need. But time is running out. They must raise $175,000 by May 31st for our neighbors who need it most. Please go to wyomission.org/donate. Help bring comfort, dignity, and a second chance. That's wyomission.org/donate.
When Governor Dave Friedenthal hired Diane Schober to be Wyoming's Office of Tourism Director 22 years ago, his initial impression was that she was too bubbly for the job. It didn't take long, however, for Friedenthal to realize that her enthusiasm was actually her superpower. Now, with Schober announcing plans to retire at the end of 2025, Friedenthal and others who've worked with her over the last 2 decades told Cowboy State Daily's Renee Jean that they're realizing just how much Schober has guided Wyoming's tourism industry.
Wyoming has had something really special in Diane Schober all these many past years. She's been on the job now for 22 years. I don't know if maybe people have really understood how special she has been for this state, but under her, she's the architect of what we have now, and it's a $4.9 billion industry.
The next director will have big shoes to fill. Wyoming's tourism economy is now second in the state behind oil and gas, and tax revenues from the tourism industry have more than doubled. And that's today's news. Get your free digital subscription to Wyoming's only statewide newspaper by clicking on the daily newsletter button on cowboystatedaily.com. I'm Wendy Core for Cowboy State Daily.
We said we'd never give in to a meltdown. Okay. We'd never babysit with a screen. We said we'd never let the toys take over.
Mariella!
Never leave the house looking, well, and never let them out of our sight. Skylar, come here. Cars get hot fast, and kids can be at risk. Before you leave the car, always stop, look, lock.
Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake on a finally Friday kickoff to your Memorial Day weekend. Bill Sniffen joins the conversation. Bill, let's start with Memorial Day weekend. What does it mean to you, for you? What do you do usually on Monday, Memorial Day?
Good morning, Jake. In Lander, they have the Legion and VFW put on a nice little program, and it's fun to go to that. We don't go to it every time, but and frankly, one of the reasons is it gets rained out about half the time. We're back still in sprinter or spring of deception weather in Wyoming, but I'm at that age when, doggone it, I don't mind walking around the cemetery and saying hi to a few of my old friends. Because when you were the newspaper guy in a small town, your stock and trade is knowing things and knowing people. And even if you don't know them very well, you even know their names and their stories. And so I can literally walk around the Lander Cemetery for hours at a time. It sounds kind of stupid, but it's not stupid. It's kind of a memory, walking down memory lane. I've been in Lander 55 years, and I took over the newspaper there in 1970. And so, and I moved there from Iowa. So, man, I was in deep trouble because I did as a newspaper editor, your stock and trade, like I said before, is knowing things. You don't know anything. So you've got to figure it all out as fast as you can. And I did that. And but so to me, it's usually warm memories. I mean, sure, you'll run across the burial site of some person who was tragically killed in a car wreck or a suicide or some horrible thing, and that jars you a little bit. But yeah, that's most of us old timers. You'll see us old timers wandering around cemeteries sometime, and that's kind of it. But on a much more positive note, we're going to. I have a granddaughter that graduated from physician assistant school, so we're going to have a little barbecue for her and have some friends over. So that'll be fun.
You're in a unique position when you visit a cemetery. You have often read the obituary before you read the tombstone. In fact, you might have written the obituary, so you have knowledge going in. And it's nice to sometimes reflect and think, what must this person's life have been like, especially those that served, killed in action. Monday's the day we remember. The daughter, was a daughter and daughter-in-law that you said?
It's a granddaughter.
Granddaughter graduating, which leads me to talk about a little bit about your column and a little bit about what you feel about this next generation. Are we in good hands? I'm always nervous about high school and college graduations. Is this next generation, are they going to wreck everything? Have we left them enough? Are they ready to fly? What do you think? Are you encouraged?
Again, as an old guy, it's easy to look at the next generation and throw your hands in the air and say, "Oh my God, the world's coming to an end." And yet, I've got 13 grandchildren, Jake, and they're all perfect. If everybody in the world is like my grandchildren, then we're in great hands. So from the macro, looks really good. From the micro, rather than you tell me, the macro is the whole, and the micro is
the macro is kind of sketchy and maybe disappointing, but your micro, you're happy with what you see around you. You're doing your part.
Yeah, I'm very happy with that. But I think Memorial Day is one of those classic times to focus on. And again, I'm of the Vietnam era, so I had a lot of friends that died in Vietnam, and I also covered news stories of a lot of young people who were killed in Vietnam, and so that's so you go see those graves, and it's especially poignant because, for all practical purposes, that could have been me. I was very close to being drafted, but I wasn't, and I'm forever grateful that didn't happen. And but anyway, it's Memorial Day is a wonderful time to reflect on the unbelievable sacrifices that people have made to give all of the rest of us a better life. So I think that's a good thing. And my column, about graduations, I said it was interesting because this past weekend I'm chairman of the board of the Wyoming Catholic College in Lander, and we always have to remind people there's 2 4-year colleges in Wyoming, the University of Wyoming and Wyoming Catholic College, and we had 50 graduates, so it's not exactly competing. But my column, I said we gave you roots, and we gave you wings, and I ended up giving a little talk at the college's president's banquet, and I used that story about the families gave those kids the roots, and we at the college gave them wings, and so go fly. And so that was kind of fun to do. But yeah, it's graduation is one of those. I love the fact they call it commencement, because you're commencing, and it's but there was something else I wanted to talk about, Jake. Can I switch subjects? You mind?
If you're heading for Diane Schober, I wouldn't mind that. But what is on your mind?
Let me get to Diane in a minute.
Okay.
I want to talk about my all-time favorite baseball team, the Rockies. Now,
jeez.
Now, keep in mind, I had press passes to the Rockies when they first started. And it's kind of a funny story, but I wrote to them asking for press passes, assuming I wouldn't get them. How crazy. I'm 360 miles away. And but the name of my little newspaper in Lander was the Wyoming State Journal. And it was a twice-a-week newspaper. And by gosh, boom, they sent me parking passes, press passes, all this information. So I was at the first games the Rockies ever played in Denver. I saw Eric Young, I think it was, hit the home run to win the game. And one of the largest, at that time, maybe the largest crowd ever, 84,000 people, I think 86,000 people. they played in the old Mile High Stadium. But so I go back with the Rockies for a long time, and I had kept that press pass through from the early '90s to 1999 when I sold my newspaper. But so I really developed a love affair with the Rockies, and they were so much fun to watch. And they held the record, I think, 5 or 6 or 10 or 15 years of sold out stadiums. They never had a non-sellout for 20 years, maybe. I don't know, but they really built up a great fan base. But right now they have literally a man who's becoming the world's reputation as the world's worst major franchise owner. This Dick Monfort guy has literally ran them into the ground, and he's just pathetic. And I've abandoned them. I don't pay attention to the Rockies. I don't know who their new manager is. They got rid of Bud Black. I think there's a Blackman guy maybe still playing, but I just don't pay any attention to him. So I just wanted to get that off my chest, is that, boy, like so many Wyoming people, and I love those Rockies, but they are doing everything in their power to really mimic that movie. What was it called? Major League? Was that the one where the gal owned the Cleveland Browns, and she was trying to figure out a way to run them into the ground? And this is only we're seeing life imitating art.
Even caused a diehard fan like you there in the beginning to jump off the bandwagon, not through thick and thin, not this mess that the Rockies have become.
And I've been to spring training about 4 times, to Chermont down on Scottsdale. And, I mean, it's I'm a true fan. I've got literally file cabinets full of memorabilia, and which I think some of that stuff might be worth something if anything to do with the Rockies is worth it. Right now, I don't think it's worth it. So someday I'm going to have to decide, I'm at that age where you have to decide, you want to clean this out or do you want your kids to clean it out? So, but anyway, I would like to talk about Diane Schober. She's just a peach. I mean, talk about a great gal. She's just done wonders for Wyoming tourism. I was, as you know, I'm a former chairman of the Travel Commission, and I've got all the awards for doing travel stuff. I've published 4 million tourist magazines and coffee table books. I know something about tourism. And let me tell you, Diane Schober is probably, I don't know if anybody can ever top Gene Bryan in my book, just because I work so closely with Gene. But Gene will tell you that Diane Schober is the GOAT.
Yeah, he did. So
yeah, that's pretty good endorsement. And I wish Diane well. She's really given her best part of her life to Wyoming tourism, and she's turned it into an absolute colossus. I mean, she will be impossible to replace. But knowing Diane, she'll be around to help if anybody needs some help. She'll be there.
It's going to be tough to pass that torch. CJ Box had glowing things. Governor David Friedenthal came to just give her a blank check when it came to tourism. There were stories of him, when she submitted the budget and say, well, we should look at this and this and this. And Governor Friedenthal did let her have her money. She's worth every penny. And 8 years, longest tenured Wyoming tourism director. Whoever's next, big shoes to fill.
Yeah, it's going to be really big shoes. And again, like I said, I always thought Frankie Norris he kind of invented the modern Wyoming tourism entity. And a guy named Randy Wagner followed him, who was a fabulous photographer and a great friend. And then Gene pretty well handled a couple of the most significant situations with the park. But Diane handled hers very well too. And again, I have nothing but praise and gratitude to Diane for the wonderful work that she did. So,
Diane said she'll hang up her spurs at the end of the year, end of 2025. She's noted for really making great strides in tourism, now the number 2 industry in the state, and embracing some younger tech to do so. Usually what the kids know, she's she either's got people working for her, or she knows because many of her campaigns I noticed on social media with real splashy stuff. She had a great sense for it, a lot of energy as well.
The slogans, I've done columns at times about slogans, and the first slogan I was familiar with Wyoming was just Big Wyoming, which I thought was a great slogan. And then they had Find Yourself in Wyoming, which I thought was clever, had a couple meanings on it. And then there was Like No Place on Earth, which I really liked. That was Eddie Riddell from Jackson came up with that one. But there's a saying in marketing that you're never supposed to use a negative word in a slogan. So Like No Place on Earth, it was caught a little flack because it had that negative word no. But to me, what the heck? That's ridiculous. That's somebody overthinking it. I mean, Like No Place on Earth truly does describe Wyoming, especially with our Yellowstone. And then Diane got into Forever West, which who could argue with that? But then she really made a departure, a bold step with the current one called That's Why. And, that just turned everything upside down, because everything else was sort of a slogan driven, but That's Why is not so much a slogan, it's a catchphrase,
Yeah.
But using the WY which is our state abbreviation. And they just did, I got to be honest, as an old marketing guy and an old tourism guy, at first I thought, oh man, I hate that. I don't like that. Well, then when I saw how they used it.
Yeah. That's why, and why Wyoming. And it was also, incorporating solicitations from people who say, what is your why? Why do you visit Wyoming? Why do you want to visit Wyoming? That was including people's desire to come here and why. She's a genius. She's the GOAT. She's a rock star.
The GOAT. I'm very proud to have known her and have worked with her on a few things. So, Jake, it's always good to see you. I'll see you next Friday.
Yeah, buddy. We're going to get Diane Schober's boss in the room next. Governor Mark Gordon joins us. Thanks, Bill. Have a great Memorial Day weekend. Let's take a quick break. Back with the governor after this.
Hi, I'm U.S. Senator John Barrasso, and I'm teaming up with the Wyoming Center on Aging at the University of Wyoming for their campaign, Tough Enough to Know Your Numbers. May is National High Blood Pressure Education Month. It's a good time to learn and educate yourself on maintaining a healthy blood pressure. Hypertension or high blood pressure is when the force of the blood going through your blood vessels is consistently too high. If untreated, this can cause all sorts of major problems, including heart disease, a heart attack, or stroke. Now, you can help control your high blood pressure by staying active, keeping a healthy diet, and knowing the proper use of medications if needed. It's worth knowing your blood pressure numbers and talking with your healthcare provider about what is best for you.
Are you tough enough to know your numbers? You can check out a blood pressure cuff kit in all 23 counties and 67 libraries across the state of Wyoming.
This is the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
We all make choices. When it comes to alcohol, kids make choices whether to drink or not.
Bye, Dad.
Bye-bye.
Remember, I'm going to Alex's party tonight and sleeping over.
Have fun. Hey, have a seat for a second. Remind me about that party again?
Alex is just...
And adults make choices whether to talk about it. That's true of parents and every other trusted adult in a kid's life. Kids want to know our expectations when it comes to alcohol and other drugs. They want guidance and honest answers to their questions. And it makes a difference when the message is consistent and part of everyday conversations. So talk with your kids and help lead them on a positive path. Because when you talk, they hear you. For more information about talking with your kids about underage use of alcohol and other drugs, visit underagedrinking.samhsa.gov.
I don't think many kids in my son's school even do it.
He makes fun of his friend who vapes.
He would never try it.
into soccer. She's on the honor roll. She's just not the type.
No way.
No way. No way.
No way. My kid would never vape.
Get your head out of the cloud. Today, nearly 8,000 kids will start vaping. Maybe even yours. Learn about the dangers at talkaboutvaping.org.
You're not going to get it all right. Just make sure you nail the big stuff, like making sure your kids are in the right seat for their age and size. Get it right at nhtsa.gov/the-right-seat.
Cowboy State Daily Show with Jay continues on this finally Friday kickoff to Memorial Day weekend. And we get, I don't mean Governor Gordon to insult the high office with this hair, the juxtaposition of our...
Hey, it's Memorial Day weekend, and that's awesome.
If this is the way I'm starting it, you don't want to see how it ends. But I do have an endorsement from one of Wyoming's beloved authors. Craig Johnson was on the other day, the Longmire series writer. And yeah, he said, "Let my freak fly." He said, "Don't put a hat on that." So, okay.
He's a good friend. Yeah, he always points out that his sheriff gets all the highest votes in Johnson County. So, well, Absaroka County.
Yeah, the 24th mysterious county. Hey, let's start with something that wasn't really on the agenda, but I just wanted your words again on Diane Schober, the GOAT, rock star. Man, how are we going to do without her? She was fantastic.
Yeah, no, Diane's been amazing and really put a mark on Wyoming tourism. And, you know, she feels pretty sad about stepping away, but she said it's, you know, time for other people to come. I think she's left a really good shop in place. It's a good board. A lot of people that really supported her. A lot of the momentum she got started, I think we can carry on. And it's just, you know, it's going to be really a great summer for tourism. And we've really advanced a number of issues. So I think we're in good shape. And I'm sad to see Diane go, but I know her number. I'm going to call her from time to time, and I'm sure she won't be shy.
Well, that's good. Yeah, tough to pass the torch there. Big shoes to fill. Let's get to the elephant in the room. We had Secretary of State Chuck Gray on the other day concerning these two wind energy proposals for Converse and Trona County. He was part of the voting board, the SBLC board that was 4-1. He was the only vote that he didn't like the wind energy projects. I think he's kind of anti-wind to begin with. He also didn't like several aspects about this. Yet others did. Governor right here, Governor Gordon voted yes. Megan Degenfeld, Christy Racinas, Treasurer Kurt Myers. Give me why your yes. What about these projects? Because they're not going over well with the locals either. Are these good things?
Well, I think, you know, honestly, the thing that guides, I think, the State Land and Investment Board is Article 18, Section 3 of the Public Lands, which has the Board of Land Commissioners, and it's supposed to have the direction, control, leasing, and disposal of lands of the state granted or which may be hereinafter granted for the support and benefit of the public schools. That is kind of the key constitutional provision here that kind of guides us. And I think it's sort of important, Jake, to understand that the state land parcels lie within the overall project. And our job is to sort of make sure we maximize the money coming to the schools. And what the project encompasses is a lot more private lands all the way around it. And if a person's going to do something on their private land, within reason, and the reason that we established is, is it going to, they have to go through industrial siting, you have to do a couple of other things beyond that. So it's not a guarantee that if you get the lease, you're going to be able to build the project. But for the time being, that's kind of one of the key elements that we had.
Mandated to get the best return on this land, and hearing that the end product is not electricity for Wyoming, rather appears to be is going to feed a synthetic jet fuel for DIA. I don't know if that's true, but how are we going to benefit? How does Wyoming win in that?
So Jake, it's kind of funny that you say, I don't know if that's true. That's the key.
Yes.
Here's the deal. There's a lot of steps between here and there. Wind projects, just like oil and gas projects, would require investors. They require a project. They require analysis, all of that sort of stuff. So those pieces and parts are going to be going through state engineer. In fact, I was just up in Lusk at the high school and answered a number of these questions earlier in the week. And it's not a guarantee that you would do a state land lease, that it's necessarily going to mean the project goes forward. Tax dollars are important. Property tax and other items of that are going to be significant for Niobrara County and the tax benefits. And I've been arguing for a long time how important it will be for us to be able to tax these wind projects. I'm not a big fan of what they do to the landscape, but on the other hand, I don't think the state should stand in the way of projects going forward if they meet all the objectives that they're supposed to.
And
go ahead.
Your office has been embracing. I've heard you say there's no reason to shut out any particular energy sector. If it's wind, if it's solar, if it's nuclear, we'll talk about that in a minute. But every asset in the portfolio, every arrow in the quiver is good for Wyoming.
Yeah, I think it is, Jake. It's going to all bring money in, and that's valuable. We need to make sure that we have, which we do, the Industrial Siting Council look at all these projects. We need to make sure that they meet all the environmental requirements that are there. And I think we should be mindful. Here's really one of the big challenges. The challenge is, if I've got private property, should I be able to do economic development on that land? Or do I have to go to all my neighbors and everybody else around to get their permission? So we sort of have this balance there. And in the case of these two projects, the leases that had come through to the board all had voluntary, important to say, voluntary consent from the lessees. They're all adjacent to the lessees' lands. And so anybody who said, I don't want it on my state land lease could say no. So this is an entirely voluntary kind of project. But I think your point is really well taken. And that is that Wyoming has tremendous amounts of energy, and the balance of how we develop that is really critical. Wyoming has done a phenomenal job, as you know, of making sure that we've balanced wildlife against development, not by saying no, but by saying, how do we do it better? How can we do both? I won't claim that we've got it 100% right, but we're a lot more correct in how we do it than almost any other state. In fact, I would argue any other state in the nation.
Governor, it feels, we're talking to Governor Mark Gordon, of course, feels like a great time to be a governor of Wyoming, coming out of 4 years of energy depression under Biden, optimistic under a new administration under Trump. Plus, we keep hearing positive news. Your visit to Southeast Asia regarding coal exports, nuclear, TerraPower, uranium development. We just hear now in the news today, perhaps a Bakken type play in the Maori Shale. Wyoming is sitting on energy like no other state. Man, this is a good time to be Wyoming, huh?
Well, I think Wyoming is finally coming into its own in that regard. This administration, I was back standing next to Trump on executive orders about, making coal great again. We've been working very hard to be able to do more development. And again, it's development. In fact, we just last Thursday, we're in Du Bois at the Sportsman's Caucus talking about how do we make sure that we protect our wildlife populations, make sure that we have access to public land so hunters can enjoy them and anglers and sportsmen, but also be able to provide the energy that this country needs. Wyoming is a nexus where good ideas are happening. I'm glad to be here sort of witnessing all of that. To whatever degree I've had a hand in promoting it, I'm really thrilled. But Jake, one of the things I wanted to compliment you on is making sure the people of Wyoming get the facts. It's important because there's a lot of stuff being said, but it's important, especially now, to know what's truth and what's not.
Yeah, you're right. You have to work harder to sift through everything, especially if you're going to purport to be somebody who delivers the news. You got to make sure it is news. You're right, Governor. Give a shout out on the Natrium nuclear plants. These smaller module nuclear plants, they look like the future. We've welcomed in a couple other states. So what's going on with this signing of the MOU to work with our neighboring states and try to promote regional energy issues?
Yeah. Thank you for that. Governor Cox, Governor Little, and I signed an MOU on sort of being able to collaborate on research and development and outreach on energy, particularly nuclear. Idaho has the Idaho National Nuclear Laboratory. Utah was a little bit behind Wyoming, but trying to come up quickly. There's obviously southwestern Wyoming, a lot of proximity to Utah. Natrium's being built outside of Kemmerer, just there yesterday, looking at the site plans. They're going to have their fuel loading facility that they're going to start at the end of the year. Their training facilities underway now. They're going to be training their worldwide workforce right there. Which I think comes back to some of the other components that we've got to do, which is workforce housing, and obviously the infrastructure to make that happen. It's exciting to see that Naughton Power Plant is no longer going to be mothballed. This is what we started saying. You can't shut down our coal. We got to keep providing it. So all of that's exciting. Working with Governor Cox and Governor Little, we can promote what was one of Wyoming's really most important energy industries, which was uranium. So we're talking about the fuel cycle. We're talking about various reactors. Natrium's one. BWXT, there's already components being made for the reactors that the old Babcock and Wilcox make for the smaller modular nuclear. They're already being made here in Wyoming, which was always my vision, to try to make sure we brought the manufacturing here. We got another Radiant, which is a really cool little micro reactor plant coming into Casper. We're hoping that there'll be some manufacturing there. So you're right. There's just a lot of good things happening here in the energy sector. But we all love Wyoming for the place it is, the beauty, the landscape, the viewshed, all of those things. So we want to balance that.
Yeah, it's a balance. And I'm especially encouraged by bringing the brains with the brawn. It's now all just tool pushers that are going to benefit. We're ahead of the curve with R&D. We're innovative state on how to do next level oil and gas, next level natrium nuclear sites. I love that. We got some smart people in this state.
Yeah, no, you're absolutely right. I think what our School of Energy Resources has done with enhanced oil recovery is remarkable. We're also looking at the things we can do just beyond burning our fossil fuels to really bring value add to those. One of the things that I was particularly excited about in our visit overseas was the ability to potentially bring glass manufacturing to the type of glass that shows up on these cell phones. It's high tech, easy to ship, has a lot of trona in it, has a lot of silica in it, These are minerals that are in Wyoming, all the rare earths that we're starting to find. These are exciting things. So then the question becomes, how do we get it off the West Coast? And there we've been working very hard with colleagues in this region, not only Utah and Idaho, but potentially New Mexico, to talk about what can we do to get a West Coast port, perhaps in Oregon. And one of the things that I'm particularly interested in is seeing if we can rekindle interest in the Longview port, which was that coal port that finally got mothballed. And there's a lot of interest in that. We're supportive of it, and we want to see it move forward.
Yeah, I hope so. One last thing, Governor. This last legislative session, you had the veto pen out like never before. I don't want to get into that, but I do want to talk about what it means, what we can read from when you don't sign a bill. Let's talk about passage of HB 156. The Secretary of State, Chuck Gray, on the other day, he's all about election integrity, proof of citizenship for voting. Some believe we already have enough measures in place to ensure that the election is good in Wyoming. You saw HBO 156 hit your desk. I think, and I'll put the words in your mouth, but you give me the real scoop. I think when you don't sign things, you say, look, there are aspects of this I don't like. There's some hinky things, but I understand this is a big agenda. The Freedom Caucus, this is a big, and I don't want to die on this hill. But what does it mean when you don't sign something, particularly 156?
Yeah, well, let me be clear, Jake. I don't ever try to sort of say, oh, gosh, this is too big a deal. I'm not going to act on it one way or another. That's my job. And you saw me get overridden. That's the legislature's prerogative. And, the great thing about America, I think, in our form of government is the fact that it's a continuing conversation as we go forward. So the way I look at each bill, and I say this to anybody who comes from school children to elders, what are you doing with your veto pen? I say, look, if it's an outright mistake, I will veto it. If it is something that is good for the state and good for the citizens, I will go ahead and sign it. And if there is an area or two where I don't think the bill is necessary, or I think that there's problems in the way it's crafted, that's when I do the no sign. I'm not sure any other governor has written a no sign letter, but my point is to say, here are the things that I think are problematic. And in that particular bill, our Constitution has a requirement for citizenship now. If we're not meeting that, then the people that aren't doing that job aren't meeting the requirements of the Constitution. And there are a couple of pieces of that bill, which I think the Secretary is going to the state of Wyoming has that bill in law now. So I know the Secretary has been very anxious to make sure the state defends it, and we're 100% there to defend it. It's that provision of citizenship of residency that was a little bit problematic. And it's not problematic for me. In fact, I said, look, the Constitution said you got to be here a year before you can vote. Unfortunately, Congress said you can't have any time restrictions before that. So there's a piece of legislation nationally that says you can't restrict people for time. This month-long thing, it may work. Who knows? There's a couple of states maybe that have had some success with that. We'll see. Maybe Wyoming's another one. But for that particular bill, I didn't have any opposition to it. As I said, I think it just doubles down on what's already in here. And this is the big deal.
Yeah.
So
that's the Bible. Yeah, and I appreciate the fact that when you didn't sign something, you just didn't push it off your desk. You wrote a letter and you spelled out what exactly you had issues with. What was the heartburn? That was helpful, I know, for a lot of people. Very transparent. Well, thank you, Governor, for coming on. I know you're busy. You're crisscrossing the state trying to get to all kinds of things, Suicide Prevention Forum in Kemmer, You're riding around in I guess, Air Force One of the governor. Is there has Qatar offered to give you any plane upgrade?
Yeah. Well, unfortunately, I don't think the landing strip in Buffalo would take a 747.
Okay.
But honestly, Jake, on that, it's interesting. It's you think about the 7 hours it takes to get to Jackson just from Cheyenne.
Yeah.
And to be able to get over to Kemmer yesterday, to see TerraPower, to spend the morning talking with people about everybody from school-age kids to veterans to seniors to others, talking about what we can do to kind of continue the great work. They had a 60% reduction in suicides there. It's a 1 year. It's not fully, vetted data at this point, but it's really encouraging.
Yeah.
We just are losing far too many people. But then to be able to get back yesterday to welcome in our new troopers, there's a bunch of new troopers that are coming on, about 13 of them. Super guys. Kind of a funny story, Jake. I get to do a wedding with one of those troopers later today.
Oh, that's nice. Well, fantastic. Appreciate your time this morning, Governor Mark Gordon, and all the work you do on behalf of the state, making Wyoming great again. Thank you.
Thank you.
Have a great Memorial Day weekend.
You too.
Governor Mark Gordon joining the conversation on the Cowboy State Daily Show. Let's take a quick break. We'll be back with more right after this.
Want to stay in touch with what's happening around Wyoming? I'm Wendy Core, host of the Cowboy State Daily video newscast. From Mountain View to Upton, from Jackson to Cheyenne, our reporters are out there finding and telling the stories that matter. Every day, I talk to the talented journalists who are covering the topics, issues, and people that are important to Wyomingites. And in our daily newscast, I bring you their stories. Tune in to Cowboy State Daily video news every morning, only on CowboyStateDaily.com.
Wyoming is a big state. There are so many stories to tell, and here at Cowboy State Daily, we pride ourselves in bringing those stories to you every day. I'm Riley Strand, videographer and production assistant for Cowboy State Daily Video News. Every day, host Wendy Core and I talk to the experienced journalists who are covering the topics, issues, and people that are important to Wyomingites. And in our daily newscast, we bring you their stories. Tune in to Cowboy State Daily Video News every morning, only on CowboyStateDaily.com.
You're listening to the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
Who can you turn to for news you can trust? Your local TV and radio broadcasters. You trust us to keep you safe during times of crisis and to deliver the weather, sports, and entertainment you rely on every day. We bring you the facts you need to make decisions that matter. And as misinformation floods social media, you can trust your local stations to deliver the truth. Text TV to 52886 and tell Congress you rely on your local stations for trusted news.
You handle the healthcare, we'll handle the marketing. In need of a spark for marketing your medical practice? Loom Studio provides creative and strategic healthcare marketing that illuminates the path to bigger and better experiences for your business and your patients. We specialize in branding and design, social media, website design, SEO and SEM, not to mention content creation, public and media relations, and marketing metrics to ensure you're getting results. If you're looking to increase your patient engagement and retention, enhance your community impact, and streamline your marketing efforts, our team is ready to help you achieve your goals. Contact us today and learn more at loomstudio.com.
I don't remember how it started.
Go to that.
Our back and forth. It always came back.
Dad!
You probably don't remember what you told me,
That was perfect.
but I heard every word.
Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake and a Finally Friday. This day in history, it's May 23. Let me take you back to 1846. President Mariano Paredes of Mexico would unofficially declare war on the United States. This day, 1846. More hostilities, 1865. Sioux and Cheyenne Raiders would return to Deer Creek Station and attack once again. 1868, the death of Kit Carson in Fort Lyon, Colorado, at the young age of 59. This day in history, Troops C and E mustered in at Fort D.A. Russell. In 1912, on this day, John Hoyt, territorial governor from 1878 to 1882, would die in Washington, D.C. This day in 1940, the Elk Mountain School shuttered for good, closed on this day. 1942, this day, the site for Hart Mountain, Wyoming internment camp was selected when looking for a place to house Japanese nationals during World War II. 1963, this day, Wapiti Ranger Station designated as a National Historic Landmark. And on this day, in 1966, another National Historic Landmark was declared for a kind of a unique thing, the ruts put into the ground by the Oregon Trail. The Oregon Trail ruts, the ruts that the wagons rolled on the Oregon Trail, the ruts themselves, an indication of the westward ho. The ruts at Guernsey, designated a National Historic Landmark this day in 1966. Bill Sniffen would be happy about that. Bill loves the Oregon Trail, thinks it should be a national monument for sure. Travel through Wyoming on your way to somewhere with better soil. It's what many people were thinking. Want to claim your free acreage from the government, or whether you were Mormons looking for the promised land. When you got to Wyoming, depending on where in Wyoming you were, you probably thought, well, let's keep moving. We can't grow anything. It was all about growing, you know. You had these folks coming out west from the Midwest, places where, well, you just throw a seed on the ground and up it would come. You had fertile soil, rain. You get to Wyoming and you look and you think, I can't grow anything here. Let's keep moving. Oregon, California, got to be something better than Wyoming. And then we learned the real treasures of Wyoming. Perhaps not its soil, but other things that are appealing. But yeah, Wyoming was a through trip. The Oregon Trail right through Wyoming. We got to do a little rodeo. Why not? It's the weekend, right? All kinds of rodeos happening across the state of Wyoming and across the great American West. It's the Western Ag Network and the Rodeo Roadshow with Will Rasmussen.
It's the Rodeo Roadshow on the Western Ag Network. Hi, everybody. I'm Will Rasmussen. Lynn Smith is a pro rodeo official, one of the best in the business. And I'm really intrigued by the fact that they have instant replay now at the National Finals Rodeo, and even more intrigued at his opinion of instant replay. Well, he's all for it. We'll talk more about the instant replay aspect of the National Finals Rodeo when we come back.
The American Lamb Board wants 2025 to be the best year yet for education. Lamb Checkoff-funded programs include workshops and summits aimed at equipping sheep producers with the necessary tools and resources to profitably grow their operations. Like the American Lamb Summit, July 22nd through 25th, University of Idaho in Moscow. Event highlights include defining lamb quality and hitting carcass targets and increasing production efficiency. Learn more and register at lambboard.com.
Good news, beef producers. Consumers' opinions and preferences on beef are becoming more transparent month after month. Your checkoff dollar supports state-of-the-art research that taps into thousands of consumers' eating habits every month to track modern trends in meat demand and other proteins. With this knowledge, the Beef Checkoff can invest your dollars more wisely in future projects, empower the industry, and strengthen beef's place in the market. Get the full story at yourdollardoes.com. Funded by the Beef Checkoff.
You know, as I watch the NFL and those officials, and part of me thinks, well, they've taken the confidence out of the officials and they're scared to call something, or they are leaning too much on that. Do you feel that way as an official?
No, I think it's just a backup. I think people thought that was going to be the part of it, but I think that we've kind of come to accept that, you know, that we need to make sure it's right, because sometimes you're not sure.
Yeah.
And they said, oh, well, throw the flag on if you're not. I said, no, we need to, you know, I want to be 100% sure when I throw that flag. You know, I don't want to have to, you know, go back and eat crow. But I think, we've done surveys, and I think they've come up to the calls at the NFR that we make are about 98% correct all the time. So that's a pretty good percentage. You know, you take 2%, that might be one call, maybe two calls the whole night, you know. And I think that's a good deal. It's really good. And it's really good for the contestants, you know, I think, because they're making a living rodeoing, and I think we have to get it right, get the money in the right place.
That's why Lynn Smith is one of the most popular judges on the pro rodeo circuit. He wants to get it right. Instant replay, the topic of discussion on the Rodeo Roadshow. I'm Will Rasmussen on the Western Ag Network.
Cowboy State Daily is all about Wyoming. All it takes is one visit, cowboystatedaily.com.
Thank you, Will. Thank you, Western Ag Network. I don't know about instant replay. I'm conflicted. I do want to get it right. There's calls at home plate, safe or out, that could decide a game. There's calls in football that could decide a game, but I also, the other edge of that sword is, do we need to get so ticky-tack over whether that one pitch of 200 pitches for each team is a ball or a strike by an inch? Do we really need to replay every pass catch in the NFL? There's almost not a single pass reception that we don't have to halt the game for and figure out if the guy really caught it. When we all watch it and say, well, he caught that ball, or did he? And then we play 3-4 beer commercials while we try to figure out in super slow motion from 8 different camera angles whether somebody caught a ball or not. It's taking all the fun out of the game. Some of these replays and the replay challenges and throwing the red flag, like, it just kills the momentum of sports over calls that very often are not going to be the decider of the game. There's a certain human element to the sport. There'll be failure on the athlete's part, and there'll be some failures on the official's part. I think we can all accept that, right? I don't know. I don't know where I stand on replay. It seems burdensome, but you do want things to be right. I mean, if it's your team and that was a touchdown and they say it wasn't, boy, you want to make sure about that, right? Yeah. Well, a federal judge has blocked Trump's idea of gutting the Department of Education. Deep cuts intended, it seems, to just abolish the whole agency, the whole department. Superintendent of Public Instruction in Wyoming, Megan Degenfelder, was there when he signed this executive order. She's very pro getting rid of the U.S. Department of Education, thinks we could do without it. We don't need it. President Trump, in the first giant steps towards basically dissolving the U.S. Department of Education, he first just slashed their funding in half. ordering half the U.S. Department of Education cut. That 2-month-old executive order has now been halted by the courts. A ruling reinstates the terminated department employees and halts everything that the president was trying to do with the Department of Education. That is all on hold now, all halted now. So we'll have to see. Now, the preliminary injunction order issued by U.S. District Court Judge Mayong Zhang, filed Thursday, does not necessarily grant a win for the several states, school districts, and unions that have sued the president's administration over the cuts to U.S. Department of Education. Those states include Delaware, Massachusetts, California, Colorado, Connecticut, Hawaii, Illinois, Maryland, Michigan, Minnesota, Nevada, New Jersey, New Mexico, New York, Oregon, Rhode Island, Washington, Wisconsin, and Vermont. That's not necessarily a win for them. It just means we got to halt the whole thing, take a closer look at it. 88-page report written by the judge in that. Claire McFarland has more on it, but we got to bust out of here quick for our top of the hour news break. So we'll pick up that theme, that story, when we return after top of the hour. We'll see you on the other side. The Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake continues on a Friday.
It's time to take a look at what's happening around Wyoming. From the Cowboy State Daily Newsroom, I'm Wendy Core. A couple who paid a $24,325 fee to Teton County government to build a home on property they already owned is suing. They say the county extorts fees from homeowners in a way that violates the U.S. Constitution's ban on government takings without compensation. Cowboy State Daily's Claire McFarland reports that this issue has been brewing for a while.
The U.S. Supreme Court galvanized some pretty firm language last year saying if you're going to charge someone a home building fee, it has to really be connected to what impact they're going to have on the community. There's been a complaint for a while, but I think that the Supreme Court gave them the ammunition last year to go ahead and launch this suit. And they've got some other tenants that are in their favor, like they were already in Teton County. They're not newcomers who are going to potentially exacerbate the housing shortage.
Wyoming law gives Teton County the authority to set its land use regulations, but those are limited by case law surrounding the Fifth Amendment's promise that no property shall be taken from people without just compensation. For Wyoming hunters and target shooters, firearms suppressors, sometimes inaccurately called silencers, might soon be available over the counter. As it stands now, suppressors are included under restricted items in the 1934 National Firearms Act. That means that getting one amounts to what some shooters describe as a bureaucratic nightmare. But Cowboy State Daily's Mark Hines reports that the U.S. House late Wednesday passed a budget reconciliation bill that includes a measure removing suppressors from NFA classification.
When people think of suppressors or silencers, they think of them in the movies as people using them, to assassinate people. A lot of hunters use them just to cut down on the noise so they're not blowing their ears out with high-powered rifle shots. That's the argument, that these are a good recreational shooting or hunting tool to protect people's hearing. They're not for evil assassins, so let's just make them, they're legal, but let's make them far more easily accessible than they are.
If suppressors are removed from the NFA classification, they'll remain under the Federal Gun Control Act, which means people can go into sporting goods stores and buy new suppressors over the counter from licensed firearms dealers. They would still have to fill out paperwork for a background check, just as they would when buying a firearm. Southern Wyoming's Snowy Range opened to traffic on Thursday, a few days before its intended opening. The Wyoming Department of Transportation announced that the 12-mile stretch of the scenic byway through Medicine Bow National Forest is cleared of snow and ready for visitors. But Cowboy State Daily's Andrew Rossi reports that WYDOT is still battling snow across the state. It might be sunny and summer-like in the lower elevations, but the mountain passes don't yield so easily.
We're not quite at the time of year when we can can traverse these wonderful scenic byways and highways and mountain passes without any hesitation, but we're getting close.
WYDOT District 1 opened the Battle Pass Scenic Byway on Tuesday. Meanwhile, the Montana Department of Transportation and the National Park Service are working to get the Beartooth Highway open in time for the Memorial Day weekend. I'll be back with more news right after this.
Right now, there's a powerful chance to change a life, maybe even save one. The Wyoming Rescue Mission is offering a unique opportunity where every dollar you give is matched, doubled, to bring hope to those in desperate need. But time is running out. They must raise $175,000 by May 31st for our neighbors who need it most. Please go to wyomission.org/donate. Help bring comfort, dignity, and a second chance. That's wyomission.org/donate.
Fans of the hit television and Netflix show Longmire, based on Wyoming author Craig Johnson's detective novel series set in northeastern Wyoming, will soon converge on Buffalo for the town's annual transformation into the fictional community of Durant in the equally fictional Absaroka County. Those fans who choose to fly into Wyoming at Casper on their way to Buffalo for Longmire Days will quite likely recognize the voice that greets their arrival with an enthusiastic "Welcome to Wyoming." The voice belongs to none other than Robert Taylor, the guy who plays fictional sheriff of Absaroka County, Walt Longmire, himself. Cowboy State Daily's Renee Jean reports that Taylor is so committed to attending Longmire Days each year that he actually turns down paying gigs to show up in Buffalo.
None of the actors get paid to be part of Longmire Days, even the sheriff himself, but he's always here, even if he has paying work. He turned it down so he could be at Longmire Days in Wyoming.
Longmire Days is set for July 17th through the 20th this year. And that's today's news. Get your free digital subscription to Wyoming's only statewide newspaper by clicking on the daily newsletter button on cowboystatedaily.com. I'm Wendy Core for Cowboy State Daily.
Christopher Holton. I'm very active. It was a Saturday morning. Normally I go for my normal walk.
With no warning, Chris suffered a near-fatal heart attack. But thankfully, Brian Buckley, a bystander, saw him collapse and rushed to help.
He did this big gasp for air and then just stopped. It's like I went into autopilot. It's like all that training I did back in the day around CPR just magically came out of nowhere.
Because of the CPR training that Brian received, Chris did make it and didn't die on the trail that day. CPR training provided by the American Heart Association.
Looking at your hands, these two hands could save a life.
Being a father, you want to be around. You want to be around for your kids.
Heart disease is America's #1 killer. To learn more about how the American Heart Association helps save lives, go to helpheart.org.
Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake continues on a finally Friday kickoff to a Memorial Day weekend. Wendy Core joins the conversation. Wendy, first things first, I need some hair advice. Your hair is always so perfect, and mine's disastrous.
Your hair has a personality all its own, Jake. That's all I'm saying.
Got a life all its own. I know.
It does. Well, but I have the same problem. The curly. There's times that it's my friend and times that it's not. So.
But I mean, you always have that perfect news anchor look, and I don't know how you do it.
Don't look too closely. There's like wiggly things hanging out back here if you look too close. That's pretty funny.
I shouldn't be under the illusion you just wake up out of bed looking like this, every time. Okay.
No. If I were to just show up with my natural hair, I would look like poodle with an electric socket. Yeah. Yeah. Take some taming.
Well, let's start with the GOAT, the rock star, Diane Schober. It's going to be big shoes to fill.
I can't even imagine. Whoever comes in, they're just going to be living in her shadow for at least 5 years, at least, because she truly did. The Office of Tourism, as she came into it, was different from the one that it morphed into. And her drive, her personality, her force of personality but just the way she did business, the way she made friends and connections. I mean, I first met her when I was working for the Park County Travel Council. And this was in, I can't even tell you the year, but I was working for the Park County Travel Council. I did that for about a year and a half, not cut out for a desk job. So, but I made just really amazing connections. And at that time, and Diane was one of them. And of course, Diane was a big supporter of the Dan Miller Cowboy Music Review. And so she's always just been a delight. And when I started reporting for Cowboy State Daily, it's like, I can get Diane on the phone, and I could, because she's that person. Yes, she's the director of this major tourism industry, but you can get her on the phone. And that's what I really appreciated always about Diane.
Yeah,
So,
longest tenured director of tourism, 8 years running. The office, the tourism was headed in the right direction before her, but she just kicked it into high gear, next level stuff. And her energy was infectious. If you ever talked to her or met her, it was the energy. You could feel it in her. And just a real Energizer bunny, just went at it. And her embrace of tech and of social media was huge.
Yes.
Like, I don't know if that was all her or she had 20-somethings working for, but she understood the power of social media message.
That's exactly it. Not only did she have 20-somethings and 30-somethings working under her, but she knew to harness that. She had the foresight to harness that and say, this is the direction we need to go in order to catch it. Because Wyoming is not where young people think of when they want to go on vacation. Young people in an urban setting think Disney World, or they think, let's go someplace where there's some action. Wyoming is not action, but she knew the right messages to reach the right people, and the markets. Also the markets to get into. She and I had several conversations about getting that Chicago market and doing advertising in Chicago and in the Midwest, because so many people from the Midwest do come out here. And so to get them interested to come to Wyoming and not go to Colorado or Montana or things like that, that was a big get for her. And she knew, and she had the instincts and just the right combination and the right chemistry, and she kicked it into high gear. But you're absolutely right. I don't know who they're going to get to fill her shoes, and I feel sorry for them.
Yeah. I think the greatest endorsement, besides nary a negative word about her, I mean, CJ Box ringing endorsements, you and I, by anybody who's ever come in contact with her, everyone has glowing reviews. I think the greatest endorsement, though, was Tucker in the story in the Cowboy State Daily. Tucker Fagan, who helped hire Schober, CEO of the Wyoming Business Council, he suggested to Governor Dave Friedenthal, when Diane Schober turned in her annual tourism budget, he's like, maybe we should look at this line item and that line item and this. And then Friedenthal said, give her what she wants. I'm not, blank check.
Isn't that great?
I love that, because that's where the Friedenthal, what did he call her? Too happy, too energetic. To
the verge of annoying or whatever it was. Yeah,
it was unbearably happy human
that
being.
Was it. That was it. Unbearably happy. And when you look at Dave Friedenthal and you think about his personality, but that's just it. Dave Friedenthal also had the foresight to say, what she's saying makes sense. She's got a good vision here. Let's give her the tools to be able to accomplish that. And she did. And so I think that just says a lot about Wyoming at the time and the state and how everybody, because again, Friedenthal's a Democrat, and Diane Schober nonpartisan in the role that she's in, but everybody was able to come together and say, yes, let's work for the betterment of tourism and the promotion of tourism, and look where it's gotten us. Whether it's good or bad, when you're looking at the numbers in Yellowstone, whether that's a good or a bad thing, but because there's so many people in Yellowstone now. And the season has started, so we'll see what the season's going to look like.
And people just trying to run over each other. There's Claire McFarland's follow-up to this story. We heard about it a while ago. A 67-year-old man from Oregon was just so urgent to get to the bathroom, or he had some medical issue with his high blood pressure. He was just irate, like we all are. We all have high blood pressure when we're stuck in traffic in Yellowstone, but we don't all cut the line going, on the shoulder of the road and then come up to the flagger and bump him with our Jeep.
Yeah.
Oh, boy.
Nope, that gets you in lots of trouble.
That's over the line.
Gets you in lots of trouble. Yes, it is. Yeah. But I tell you, there's been so many interesting stories lately that have shown up. It's just been quite the interesting news week. And I'm so impressed every day when I sit down in the afternoon to look at what people are turning in so that I can get it ready for the newscast that night. And I'm just looking at these like, I read the whole story because it's fascinating.
Yeah.
And I don't care if it's an energy story. I don't care if it's a business story or an outdoors story, or if it's a Claire, legal story or a Dale court story. They're all so interesting. And I love that about what we do at Cowboy State Daily. And I'm just so pleased. And I'm pleased that more people are getting to hear you, Jake. You're like live on the radio now.
Yeah.
That's so awesome.
Getting out there. It's not me. It's the great material I get to work with. Like you said, Andrew Rossi, storm chasing, finding tornadoes, touching down.
There is not an Andrew Rossi story that has been a dud yet.
No,
they're always so good.
And you never know where he's coming from. Claire McFarland turns us on to organized shoplifting and people stealing from Walmart. I think Walmart and other retailers that utilize heavily the self-checkout brought that on themselves a little bit. But it's interesting to know there's actually organized efforts and crime rings that target Walmart. And then
and Walmart, the people, the higher ups at Walmart going to the legislature and saying, help us here.
Yeah.
We need better laws. We need more strict laws or enforcement of laws so that this doesn't continue to happen to us. Walmart's a great thing until the prices don't become Walmart prices anymore.
And Claire, with her legal mind, can explain to us what the disconnect here is. And that's, if it's a misdemeanor theft, police officers are required to see it with their own eyes. So even if a Walmart employee says, look, I caught them on the phone, they're stealing all this stuff, they'll have to get a warrant. They can't cite or make an arrest just from someone else's evidence in a misdemeanor. In most misdemeanor cases, they have to actually witness it. So maybe it could require state statute change. I'm excited for the service industry, maybe not having to pay taxes on their tips. Interesting story.
My daughter is excited about that. She's been working at Lovejoy's down there in Laramie for the past year or so, and it'd be a big deal if those tips weren't taxed. She'd be bringing a lot more money home.
Good.
Yeah. So I can completely understand that. And is it the same kind of situation as when they stopped taxing our groceries? I mean, is it the same kind of mindset? I don't know.
Yeah.
I don't know. It's just a thought.
We're taxed to death. I think we all know that. We're taxed when we make money, spend money, save money. We're taxed. The service industry, when you're getting $2.13 an hour in tax and tips are your income, there might be some relief needed there in some way.
Sounds like your cat needs to go out, Jake.
Oh, you can hear him?
Oh, yeah. He's hilarious.
Yeah.
He's very vocal today.
He's got issues, and he's fixing to be outside for the weekend because I'm heading to Sheridan for a rodeo, and he's going to be alone outside. He's an outdoor cat, He's going to have to relearn those skills. He can cry to nobody for the next 3 days.
That's hilarious. Oh my gosh. No, that's funny.
One more thing I did want to touch on this story because I saw it picked up by, I think, the UK Mail. This made this story just run like wildfire. Not that it didn't do well in Cowboy State Daily. Huge story. Claire McFarland covering the tearful testimony of the teen that says we need tougher stalking laws. This story is fascinating that this 41-year-old Glen Rock woman would interfere with the lives of these two people to the extent
Teenagers.
that
Teenagers.
Like, who's the adult in the room? And she had the text.
Oh my gosh.
It's just horrible.
I don't understand the mindset of somebody who feels the need to control a situation like that, but she's 41.
Yeah.
And here's the other thing. It's a woman doing this stalking. You often think about, a 41-year-old stalking a 15-year-old, that it's a man stalking, but no.
Yeah.
This is a woman who is stalking and harassing, and all because she wanted her daughter to date the guy that this girl was friends with.
Yep. And going as far as to pose online as someone she wasn't, and share information with the mother of the daughter saying, do you know your daughter's been doing this and this and this? Just horrible stuff.
Yeah.
Stalking, grooming, that kind of harassment online, cyberbullying. Yes, we expect teen-on-teen bullying, but in this case, so weird. Claire McFarland's been following it, picked up overseas by UK Mail. This story is now
so interesting.
Big.
Yeah.
What's going on with the roundup this weekend?
Hey, I've got a great guest for tomorrow. Her name is Shannon Orr, and she and her family have created a foundation. It's based out of Natrona County, out of Casper. It's called Orr's Hope Foundation, and it helps children, the families of children who are going through medical situations. So if your child's been in an accident, if your child has a disease or has some sort of a medical issue and they need to go for treatment, then their foundation helps with transportation, gets you a gas card, helps with places to stay, things like that. And there's no limit as far as, there's families that they've been helping and walking alongside for years, whose children have continual medical needs. So it's really a great program. And so I got a chance to talk to Shannon, but you have to hear her story. And I'm going to make you watch the podcast because it's a heartwarming story as far as why they got started and where they're at now with this. It's really great. It's Shannon Orr.
It sounds kind of like a Shriners Hospital or just somebody who's filling the gap between, the medical, the bills pile up, and then nobody thinks about all those little things, like somebody needs to live somewhere near where the that's great to know.
I went through the same sort of situation. My son got terribly ill when he was 12 years old, and for 9 days he was in the ICU, and I had to be, I wasn't working, and I had to go to Billings because he was in the hospital and stay there, and to have those extra expenses, especially I was a single mom and working at a restaurant, and I'm like, I don't have the money here to fill that gap. It would have been wonderful to have had someplace like Orr's Hope Foundation to be able to reach to fill those gaps.
Yeah. How do you unforeseen things? How do you get through that stuff temporarily or even long term, as you point out? I'll be excited to hear that guest. It's the Roundup with Wendy Core, a little more in depth on the newsmakers and highlighting some great people every now and then.
Yes.
Wendy, happy Memorial Day. Have a great weekend.
Yeah, you too. Okay. All right, have fun at the rodeo.
Thank you.
Okay, bye-bye.
Cowboy State Daily Show with Jay continues. Quick break. I got to throw the cat outside, and we'll get right back to it.
To the Teton Range, Cheyenne to Sheridan, Rawlins to Ralston. Cowboy State Daily Morning Show covers the state like no other radio show or podcast. We love Lovell. We're eager to share the stories of Story Will Crow About Crowheart and Yodel Over Yoder. Whether you make your home in Sweetwater, Chugwater, Powder River, or Green River, the Cowboy State Daily Morning Show will make you feel right at home. Jeffrey City, Atlantic City, Wapiti, we see you. Little America, Big Piney, you're on our radar. Howdy, Wapiti, Meeteetse, Shoshone, 10 Sleep, good morning. Welcome, Torrington, Riverton, Wheatland, Lust, Lingle, Lander, Timber, Casey, Kerwin, Moorcroft, Mountain View, Moose, Fort Bridger, Fort Laramie, Fort Washington, Hannah, Hudson, Hewlett, Dayton, Daniel, and DuBois. We are east of Weston, west of Midwest, north of Newcastle, and south of Sundance. Border to border, we love Wyoming and every one of its communities, bar none.
This is the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
Meet Norm. He lives with anxiety, but with the help of this latest innovation from Be Normal, he can be normal, just like everyone else. With the swipe of a finger, you can project happiness, confidence, machismo. Why settle for being real when you can be normal? The Normal Maker, new from Be Normal. This item doesn't really work because there's no such thing as normal. We're all different. What we like, how our brains work. In fact, 1 in 5 of us live with mental illness. Don't filter who you are. Start by talking to someone you trust. And remember, there is no normal.
Nestled between Casper Mountain and the North Platte River, you'll find the heart of Wyoming. With a bustling downtown centered around our outdoor haven, Casper is for adventurers, freedom seekers, and rule breakers who find beauty off the beaten path. So if touchable history, a vibrant community, and uninterrupted outdoor recreation define your travel itinerary, allow us to welcome you to the one and only Casper, Wyoming. Plan your trip at visitcasper.com.
Love is a lesson that doesn't end. It knows no conditions, so you better buckle in. Love keeps you on your toes. It never stops, only grows. Love isn't easy. It's a commitment, especially when they're being their most resistant. Love is being prepared for the journey ahead. Love doesn't let any concerns go unsaid. Love is finding the right seat so you can take a breath. But remember, love isn't lax. It always double checks. Check that your kids are in the right seat at nhtsa.gov/the right seat. Love protects.
Back to the studio, the Cowboy State Daily Show. We're going to pick up again with that story about a federal judge blocking Trump's deep cuts to the Department of Education. Basically, to paraphrase what the judge says, to paraphrase the judge's 88-page report, the takeaway is the judge says Donald Trump cannot downsize federal agencies without Congress, period. And the executive order that Trump wrote 2 months ago that would cut the U.S. Department of Education in half, basically gut it pretty good, to the point where it was obvious the final goal was to eliminate the U.S. Department of Education, something that Wyoming Superintendent of Public Instruction Megan Degenfelder says she's all for. She said, not only is the U.S. Department of Education unnecessary for state education and stuff she does, they sometimes run counter to what you're trying to accomplish in your given state. Now, Megan is not the be-all and end-all. There are several states that say, no, we need the U.S. Department of Education. Those states include mainly blue states for the most part: Delaware, Massachusetts, California, Colorado, Connecticut, Illinois, Wisconsin, Vermont, New York, and others have all sued President Trump and the administration over his gutting of the U.S. Department of Education. Now, that lawsuit, this federal judge's injunction is not a decision on that lawsuit at all. It just simply says This federal judge says that Trump's gone too far, ordered the reinstating of several terminated employees. And the injunction says just the executive order holds no weight. It holds everything up right now. And basically says, in the judge's belief, that the president does not have the power to downsize federal agencies without Congress. On March 11th, Trump cut the Department of Education's workforce by half. And on March 20th, an executive order directed the Secretary of Education to, quote, take all steps necessary to facilitate the closure of the U.S. Department of Education. So we see the intent on behalf of POTUS, but we see the pushback from a federal judge. And that's been a cause of consternation. That's been a little bit of friction, headbutting with President Trump's executive orders and judges that then hold up these executive orders. Trump had a minor win the other day, I saw in the news, although I think he was backed by the Supreme Court. He was backed by some high-powered judge who said some of the stuff he was trying to accomplish with executive orders was okay. President Trump also in the news over his approach to autism, or his comments on autism. And granted, this is from a far left liberal media source, not inclined to be in lockstep with President Trump for sure. This is from the Daily Beast. And they use a photo in the story that's designed to make the president look as bad as he can, with RFK in the background and a photo that catches him in a facial moment that makes him look like the dumbest bark-eating, cousin-kissing redneck you've ever seen. I mean, this is a photo that was definitely handpicked to work with the story. The story is headlined, Trump unloads bonkers theories for how kids get autism. Now, that's not my takeaway from reading the story. I think the headline's misleading. I don't think Trump had any bonkers theory, but he did throw out there, President Trump said, look, something's going on. Trump said, when you hear 10,000, it was 1 in 10,000 kids that are diagnosed with some form of autism not long ago. I'm not sure what the year was, but it wasn't long ago that the estimate from the medical world was 1 in 10,000 kids would be diagnosed with autism. And President Trump says now it's 1 in 31 for autism. He said, I think that's just a terrible thing. We can all agree with that, right? It's a terrible thing. Trump said to a room full of reporters. He added, it has to be something on the outside. It has to be artificially induced. Has to be, is what Trump said. Now, is that a bonkers theory? When you go from 1 in every 10,000 kids with autism, and today it's 1 out of every 31 kids on the spectrum, what's going on? Is it vaccines? I mean, that's what RFK is sort of hinting at every other day. It's hard to tell. One day he says it could be the vaccines and what's in them, the preservatives in the vaccines. Could be fluoride in your water. In fact, RFK in this story said, hey, man, fluoride in the water is not good. RFK Jr. previously claimed the mineral fluoride added to water shown to decrease tooth decay in populations. It might help with your teeth, but it's making you dumber. Making Americans dumber, RFK said. Quote, he said, the more you get, referring to fluoride, the more fluoride you get, the stupider you are. The words from RFK Jr. That's getting a little off topic. What is causing the increased autism? The medical community, medical experts push back on Trump saying it's got to be an outside source or something doing it. And they say, no, the change, the increase in autism can be largely chalked up to better autism screenings, say medical experts. Better or more accepting of, sometimes I think we're quick to rush to putting labels on kids. Parents love to put a label on their kid. Especially if you any kind of kid who's giving you any kind of problem, which is every kid ever, right? Every first grader. Well, he wiggles a lot in his seat. He must have ADD. Every first grader ever wiggles in his or her seat. 7-year-olds haven't not learned how to sit still for a half a day. Does that mean they're on the spectrum? Does that mean we should attach letters to their name? He's ADHD. He's ADD. He's got oppositional defiance disorder. He's got some letters. I think we're really quick to attach the letters to kids today. Now, the autism thing, I think we're a little quick to rush to label somebody autistic in some ways. But anyway, it's better testing, say the medical experts. Trump says it's got to be an outside source. Something is causing this. The increase from 1 out of 10,000 to now 1 out of 31. What did that? I don't think the headline's accurate by saying it's a bonkers theory he offered. He didn't offer any theory. He didn't say it was vaccines. He didn't point out anything. He just said it feels like an external source is influencing the increase in autism diagnosis. I don't think there's anything wrong with that. Edwards says he'll come to Wyoming any day. It's not a hard sell when you have a great product. Thanks, Edward, for chiming in. Love to have you. If you're not here, get here. Hurry up. It's Memorial Day weekend. Edward's talking about Diane Schober and her 8 years tenure as director of tourism in Wyoming. She's stepping down at the end of the year. She's done a great job leading Wyoming tourism into a great direction on the up and up and up. Now the second biggest economic driver in the state of Wyoming after energy. People want to visit Wyoming. Wyoming's got it all. You don't really need to sell it. Wyoming sells itself, but it doesn't hurt to put together some nice packaging and marketing ideas, which Diane has done to really showcase the state and all it has to offer to travelers. Edward says, hey, I'll go to Wyoming any day, every day. It's not a hard sell when you have a great product. I agree, Edward. Retail chains are closing across the nation, including JCPenney. Boy, these brick and mortars are having real struggles. You know, Target was doing pretty darn good until they embraced the whole DEI, and numbers show, retail sales show that they were plummeting ever since then. Now they've changed course. They've made a course correction, but yeah, that didn't do them any favors. JCPenney's is always on the verge of just folding up shop. There's going to be fewer JCPenney stores in the world by the end of next week. 7 locations scheduled to close on May 25th. So yeah, holiday weekend and bye-bye JCPenney's. Where are the JCPenney stores closing? I think there was one in the mall in Idaho Falls. I think there was a couple in Wyoming. Let me see. One in San Bruno, California. The shops in Denver, Colorado, it's going to close. The JCPenney in the Pine Ridge Mall, Pocatello, Idaho, that's closing. Also on the slash list, JCPenney's in Topeka, Kansas, one in North Carolina, one in New Hampshire, one in West Virginia. Just death by 1,000 cuts circling the drain, JCPenney, and it's sad to see. The company has filed for Chapter 11 bankruptcy protection. A one-time staple of every mall you went to, JCPenney, in big, big trouble. And, of course, its headquarters, its launch right there in Kemmer, Wyoming. The flagship store remains open, but for how much longer? As retail sales, especially brick-and-mortar department stores, finding it impossible to compete in an age of Amazon and online purchases. Chain stores have had a rough 2024 in general, chain stores. Whether you're talking about restaurants, retail, whatever, chain stores that are closing or have closed locations in the year 2025, Advanced Auto Parts reshuffling the deck on its stores. The company announced late last year, rolling out a strategic plan. It's going to call for the closure of 204 independent locations and 4 distribution centers. Even Amazon had to admit that Amazon Fresh, that idea to turn Amazon into brick and mortar stores, that's not working. They're kind of backing off of that. Best Buy has been slowly closing locations for a while now. I thought they were gone, Best Buy. The electronic retailer, they're dying. Big Lots acquired out of bankruptcy court at a late last-minute endeavor at the beginning of this year. Still several locations closed. Big Lots not doing real well. Neither is the dollar stores, General Dollar stores. Del Taco, they're almost out. Closing, shuttering many franchises. 18 restaurants in Colorado alone in February filed for bankruptcy and closed. Del Taco. Denny's not doing so good. Denny's Corporation, once one of the largest full-service restaurant chains based on the total number of restaurants, not anymore. The chain was on track to close 50 restaurants by the end of last year. Another 100 have been targeted for closure in 2025. Dick's Sporting Goods. And this kind of began when they stopped selling firearms and ammo. Shame on you. Game over for Dick's Sporting Goods. Some locations could be going away in 2025. The Foot Locker was recently purchased, I believe. Foot Locker had a lot of closings of their stores. ABC News reports the chain will close more than 400 stores by the end of 2026. I believe, this story doesn't mention, but I believe Foot Locker was just bought out by some bigger company higher up the food chain. Yeah, JCPenney's not alone in major chains that are suffering. Let's take a quick break. I'll be back with more stuff. Final stretch run here on the Final Friday show, the Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake. We'll be right back after these. Stay with us.
Wyoming is the Cowboy State. From corner to corner, there are so many stories to be told, and more cowboys and cowgirls are turning to the Cowboy State Daily News team to keep them in touch with what's happening both locally and in other parts of Wyoming. I'm Riley Strand, videographer and production assistant for Cowboy State Daily Video News. We're proud to bring the most important stories to our viewers every day. The stories that start conversations, the stories that make us laugh, the stories that make us think. Our experienced journalists at Cowboy State Daily are crisscrossing the state every day, talking to those who know the news best. Every day, host Wendy Core and I talk to the reporters who are covering the topics, issues, and people that are important to Wyomingites. And in our daily newscast, we bring you those stories. Tune into the Cowboy State Daily video newscast every morning, only on CowboyStateDaily.com.
You're listening to the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
Wyoming is a place of unlimited potential, a place that inspires us to dream. Since 2014, Wyo Lotto has given back over $180 million to our great state through transfers, winnings, commissions, and more. Dollars that have gone directly into your cities, towns, and counties. Dollars that have changed lives and set dreams in motion. Thank you, Wyoming, for a legendary 10 years. We can't wait to dream up what's next.
The climate that we're operating under has everyone on the defensive.
You see a person and you automatically put them in a box and say, well, this is what this person should be like.
All of this ostracizing people, what are we afraid of?
We're called to love one another. It can't be, I reject you as a person.
This country's been through so much. Its people has been through so much. Why can't we fix this?
Do we have issues we have to deal with? Yes, we do. But we're not going to be able to deal with them if we're fighting and yelling at each other and not listening.
Yeah, she has an accent. Oh gosh, she dressed funny, but we're talking the same thing. We're all concerned about our children, concerned about the world we live in.
A lot of people wouldn't even think we should be here talking to each other, but I'm sorry, I disagree.
Year after year, we continue to serve new neighbors across our state.
For over 40 years, our trust in wealth management services have grown our roots in Casper.
And now we're excited to have offices in 3 Wyoming cities.
We're here to help you achieve your financial goals
and provide the kind of service that you expect from a Wyoming business.
Because at Hilltop Bank, community means Wyoming.
Mark Hines writes in a headline, Wyoming shooters closer to being able to buy suppressors over the counter. Silencers on your gun could be easier to obtain as they are now. It's also good news for every heat-packing Sicilian out there that's got a job to do and they want it done quietly. I need this taken care of quietly. I mean, come on. Silencers. I know some hunters use them. I know the shooting range, you might want a silencer. I even know you're not supposed to call them silencers, but let's face it, we've all seen the movies. That's the thing you screw on the end of your gun to make it go pew, pew quietly when you knock off when you make that mob hit. I'm not saying this. I'm just taking a look at the waiting list for silencers right now, and they include names predominantly ending in vowels. Gambino, Gotti, Fassini, Luciano, Costello, Bonanno. I don't know if they just want to have a quiet hunt or they just don't need everybody to know their business. Now I've just ruined a Mark Hines story with zero facts and a lot of speculation. I call them silencers. I know they're suppressors. But we all know, don't we, what the main use for the suppressor is. We should look in on Wendy Core's video news. Puts a lot of effort into that. I want to go to that now to close out this segment.
It's time to take a look at what's happening around Wyoming for Friday, May 23rd. I'm Wendy Core, bringing you headlines from the Cowboy State Daily Newsroom, brought to you by the Wyoming Community Foundation, who asks you to give back to the place you call home. 5 to Thrive is your opportunity to leave a legacy for generations to come. Support the community nonprofits you care about with a gift through the Wyoming Community Foundation. Visit wycf.org to learn more. Massive oil and gas reserves identified across southwest Wyoming are being called out this week by federal officials as substantial. Based partly on research from the University of Wyoming, the Federal Department of the Interior revealed that the Mowry Shale holds 473 million barrels of oil and 27 trillion cubic feet of natural gas across southwest Wyoming, Colorado, and Utah. Cowboy State Daily's David Madison reports that the find has local industry watchers wondering if that could mean a new Bakken boom in the region.
It's, I think, 300 times the amount that has been taken out of the Jonah field when it comes to natural gas. And so that's quite a bit. 27 trillion cubic feet of natural gas identified. Of course, when you have tons of natural gas, which we do in Southwest Wyoming, there's always a question of, well, who's going to buy this stuff? Can we find new markets, put it into liquefied natural gas, and maybe ship it overseas and find an export market? Because what the industry always tries to avoid, of course, is flooding the market with too much and driving the price down too far.
Paul Ulrich, Vice President of Government and Regulatory Affairs at Jonah Energy, sees the Mowry discovery as validation of what Wyoming operators have long believed, which is that Wyoming sits on tremendous natural gas resources. Ulrich pointed out that the Mowry has the potential to help fuel Wyoming's economy for a very long time. A Massachusetts-based federal judge on Thursday blocked the president's 2-month-old executive order slashing the U.S. Department of Education in half, ordering the reinstatement of terminated department employees. But Cowboy State Daily's Claire McFarland reports that the action does not grant a win to the several states, school districts, and unions that sued President Donald Trump's administration.
Preliminary injunctions are basically a pronouncement. It blocks the law while the case is ongoing, or the action while the case is ongoing, but they're basically a pronouncement like the person whose law or order is being blocked is not likely to win this case. And the judge actually went on and on for 88 pages to that end, basically saying this is violation of separation of powers, this is really harmful, that Congress has told the Department of Education to do so many things it can no longer do.
The judge's order signals a strong likelihood that the plaintiffs will win the case by outlining constitutional and legal errors the judge found in the order's implementation and by pointing to what he deemed irreparable harms wrought by it. The landowners behind the Wyoming Corner Crossing case have filed a petition to bring it before the U.S. Supreme Court. The case is rooted in a long-standing dispute between Iron Bar Holdings, LLC, and 4 out-of-state elk hunters over an incident in Carbon County. Cowboy State Daily's Mark Hines reports that if the High Court decides to hear the case, it could settle once and for all whether it's legal to corner jump or cross the pinpoint at the intersecting corners of square parcels of public and private land.
Thousands of petitions are filed a year. The Supreme Court might hear 70 of them in a year. But they have taken that next and final step. They're taking it all the way to the Supreme Court to settle this question over whether hopping or crossing between corners, is it trespassing or is it not? So Supreme Court could be in line to answer that question once and for all.
In March, the U.S. 10th Court of Appeals, one level below the U.S. Supreme Court, ruled in favor of the hunters. Filing for the extension of the deadline is only an initial step and hardly a guarantee that the Supreme Court will hear the case. When Governor Dave Friedenthal hired Diane Schober to be Wyoming's Office of Tourism Director 22 years ago, his initial impression was that she was too bubbly for the job. It didn't take long, however, for Friedenthal to realize that her enthusiasm was actually her superpower. Now, with Schober announcing plans to retire at the end of 2025, Friedenthal and others who've worked with her over the last 2 decades told Cowboy State Daily's Renee Jean that they're realizing just how much Schober has guided Wyoming's tourism industry.
CJ Box was telling me how he worked with her. He had a tourism company for 24 years, and he worked with her directly as he worked with many other tourism directors in many other states and even other countries. And he said by far that Diane was the best of all of them. Wyoming has had something really special in Diane Schober all these many past years. She's been on the job now for 22 years. I don't know if maybe people have really understood how special she has been for this state. But under her, she's the architect of what we have now, and it's a $4.9 billion industry.
The next director will have big shoes to fill. Wyoming's tourism economy is now second in the state behind oil and gas, and tax revenues from the tourism industry have more than doubled. And now let's take a look at today's weather with Cowboy State Daily meteorologist Don Day.
As we head into the Memorial Day weekend, a lot of folks wondering what's going to be happening with the weather. First of all, for today, it's going to be a mild day, 60s and 70s across the state. We're going to see some afternoon and evening thunderstorms pop up, especially in the far east. As we get into the weekend, it's really going to depend on where you are. First of all, for the western and northern parts of Wyoming, it's going to be a mild weekend. Temperatures mainly 60s to near 70 degrees or so. There will be, in the north and west, afternoon and evening thunderstorms. Saturday and Sunday, there won't be as many on Memorial Day Monday in the north and the west. In the central and eastern parts of the state, that's where the weather this weekend is going to be the most unsettled and the coolest. There will be a fair amount of clouds, highs only 50s and 60s. And for places like Casper, Laramie, Cheyenne, Wheatland, Torrington, Douglas, Glen Rock, over to Lusk, there's going to be some upslope and some cloudy, cooler weather and showers and thunderstorms. They could be rather extensive over a 3-day period from Saturday through Monday. So that part of the state will have the worst weather for the holiday weekend, but at the same time, some needed precipitation will fall in those areas as well. Temperatures will rebound a little bit, even in the cooler areas on Monday, and by Tuesday and Wednesday of next week, even warmer.
You can get Don's full forecast on the Cowboy State Daily website. I'll be back in just 15 seconds with more news.
They want to know if we received a relay call before?
Yes, go ahead.
We need to have a party catered. When you receive a relay call, someone who is deaf, hard of hearing, deafblind, or has a speech disability is calling you. It could be the most important call of the day.
A couple who paid a $24,325 fee to Teton County government to build a home on property they already owned is suing, saying the county extorts fees from homeowners in a way that violates the U.S. Constitution's ban on government takings without compensation. Cowboy State Daily's Claire McFarland reports that this issue has been brewing for a while.
The U.S. Supreme Court galvanized some pretty firm language last year saying if you're going to charge someone a home building fee, it has to really be connected to what impact they're going to have on the community. There's been a complaint for a while, but I think that the Supreme Court gave them the ammunition last year to go ahead and launch this suit. And they've got some other tenants that are in their favor, like they were already in Teton County. They're not newcomers who are going to potentially exacerbate the housing shortage.
Wyoming law gives Teton County the authority to set its land use regulations, but those are limited by case law surrounding the Fifth Amendment's promise that no property shall be taken from people without just compensation. For Wyoming hunters and target shooters, firearm suppressors, sometimes inaccurately called silencers, might soon be available over the counter. As it stands now, suppressors are included under restricted items in the 1934 National Firearms Act. That means that getting one amounts to what some shooters describe as a bureaucratic nightmare. But Cowboy State Daily's Mark Hines reports that the U.S. House late Wednesday passed a budget reconciliation bill that includes a measure removing suppressors from NFA classification.
When people think of suppressors or silencers, they think of them in the movies as people using them, to assassinate people. A lot of hunters use them just to cut down on the noise so they're not blowing their ears out with high-powered rifle shots. That's the argument, that these are a good recreational shooting or hunting tool to protect people's hearing. They're not for evil assassins, so let's just make them, they're legal, but let's make them far more easily accessible than they are.
If suppressors are removed from the NFA classification, they will remain under the Federal Gun Control Act, which means people can go into sporting goods stores and buy new suppressors over the counter from licensed firearms dealers. They would still have to fill out paperwork for a background check, just as they would when buying a firearm from the store. Southern Wyoming's Snowy Range opened to traffic Thursday, a few days before its intended opening. The Wyoming Department of Transportation announced that the 12-mile stretch of the scenic byway through Medicine Bow National Forest is cleared of snow and ready for visitors. But Cowboy State Daily's Andrew Rossi reports that WYDOT is still battling snow across the state. It might be sunny and summer-like in the lower elevations, but the mountain passes don't yield so easily.
Some of these routes might have snowplows stationed ready to respond if there's a storm that comes in and snow falls, but you have to expect there might be some temporary closures along these highways if snow is inbound. So we're not quite at the time of year when we can traverse these wonderful scenic byways and highways and mountain passes without any hesitation, but we're getting close.
WYDOT District 1 opened the Battle Pass Scenic Byway on Tuesday. Meanwhile, the Montana Department of Transportation and the National Park Service are working to get the Beartooth Highway opened in time for the Memorial Day weekend. And fans of the hit television and Netflix show Longmire, based on Wyoming author Craig Johnson's detective novel series set in northeastern Wyoming, will soon converge on Buffalo for the town's annual transformation into the fictional community of Durant in the equally fictional Absaroka County. Those fans who choose to fly into Wyoming at Casper on their way to Buffalo for Longmire Days will quite likely recognize the voice that greets their arrival with an enthusiastic welcome to Wyoming. The voice belongs to none other than Robert Taylor, the guy who plays fictional sheriff of Absaroka County, Walt Longmire himself. Cowboy State Daily's Renee Jean reports that Taylor is so committed to attending Longmire Days each year that he actually turns down paying gigs to show up in Buffalo.
He never misses Longmire Days. None of the actors get paid to be part of Longmire Days, even the sheriff himself, as necessary as he is to the event. Craig Johnson has said before he couldn't hold this event without him, but he's always here, even if he has paying work. He turned it down so he could be at Longmire Days in Wyoming.
Longmire Days is set for July 17th through the 20th this year. Other guests from the show this year include Luann Stevens, who plays Longmire's no-nonsense dispatcher, Ruby, A. Martinez, who plays casino owner and primary villain, Jacob Nighthorse, and John Bishop, who plays town drunk Bob Barnes, are also coming to Buffalo for this year's Longmire Days. And that's today's news. For a deeper dive into the people and the issues that affect Wyoming, check out The Roundup, conversations with the most interesting people in the Cowboy State. This week, my guest is Shannon Orr, founder of the Orr's Hope Foundation. You can find the link on our website, on our YouTube channel, and wherever you get your podcasts. And of course, you'll find it in our free daily email newsletter. Thanks for tuning in. I'm Wendy Corr for Cowboy State Daily.
Thank you, Wendy. The Roundup with Shannon Orr sounds fantastic. You don't want to miss that weekend podcast. Wrapping up the day on this Friday is Southwest Wyoming, the new Bakken. Teton County landowners sues over $24,000 in what they say is simply extortion, not affordable housing mitigation. The longest tenured Wyoming tourism leader, Diane Schober, announced she'll hang up her spurs at the end of the year. She's being heralded as the GOAT, a rock star in tourism. And Wyoming snowplowers say all mountain passes open and ready to go for Memorial Day weekend. Have a great Memorial Day weekend. We'll see you next week on the Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake.
Good morning. This is the Cowboy State Daily Morning Show with Jake. The new way Wyoming wakes up.